win.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Harness Tube and to the broadcast here from the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. I got to get that correct today, David.
I keep saying the county, but yeah, it's the Martinsville Agricultural Fair.
And we're glad that you could
Test,
join
1,
us
2.
today. And as you can see, we're doing a little sound checking here, so we'll get a little bit of that information. But we're glad to be coming with you today from Martinsville, Illinois, clear down south of Champaign by about an hour and a half. We're about 40 minutes east of Effingham.
Yeah.
We're close to Paris, Illinois, so if some of those landmarks will feed in for you.
About 30 miles from Terre Haute, Indiana.
And so with that, we've got Martinsville for you. Thursday, we'll have races from the Schuyler County Fair in Rushville. The gate time is noon for that.
Noon first race.
And so with that, we have got that going on for us today and on Thursday. Then we take a little bit off. We get, about 10 days off, 10, 11 days. And we end up in Knoxville for that on July 10th. July 12th, we're at the Henry for the Marshall Putnam County Fair. And then a full schedule we've got on your screen there. That's the first part of it through Lincoln. And then Charleston, 3 days. Last week is a big week, folks. We'll be on except for one day.
Boom, boom, boom.
July 30th and 31st, we'll be at the Logan County Fair. Then 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Charleston. And then the 5th and 6th, we end our county fair season at our home. In Brown County.
Yes.
And so we've got all of that going for you as far as that's concerned. We want to let people know to advertise with us, David. We've got up to 4 or 5 sponsors now, but we need more sponsors to keep this going.
Yes.
And then we're going to need those sponsors to carry with us into next year. And I know next year's schedule, once people see this, it's going to be expanded. I'm almost sure of it.
Yeah. We'll probably reach out to the fair ahead of time a little bit next year and just kind of talk about where we want to go, who's definitely has interest, and plan it out a little more than last minute like this year. But hey, here we are, we're doing it, and it's going off.
Well, we tried to stay closer to home this year.
Keep the expenses down, the known expenses, so that we weren't going to turn upside down a whole lot. But
didn't know we were going to get 1,000 viewers, over 1,000 viewers every time.
Happy
surprises,
surprises.
But if you want to advertise with us, then you need to go to our Facebook account, go to Harness Tube, and you can private message David there. You can go to YouTube and send a message at HarnessTubeIL, or best yet, email harnesstube@gmail.com. But if you want to call David direct and say, hey, tell me what's going on, what's this going to cost, what's going on, you're more than happy to do that with people, right?
Absolutely, and that you can call, text that number, whatever you want, the 312-772-5122. Just get a hold of me, and we'll talk about it. We want to put ads on here for sure.
And absolutely, and we want you to come and advertise. Speaking of advertisers, we'll take a break right now and check out one of our sponsors.
or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Indispensable.
And guess what? We haven't been on the air the whole time. So guess what? We'll go back just a second. We'll tell
That's
people
fine.
how do you follow harness racing, as far as follow harness racing. I'm sorry I was involved. I didn't get the main volume turned back up there.
And I
David.
wasn't watching, so. Like I said, just like and subscribe. The subscribe is important. What we're trying to point out there is if you happen to miss a broadcast or a fair, you kind of forget, it slips your mind. If you do subscribe to us, you will get a notification when we hit the live button, whether it be on your phone, if you have YouTube on your phone, or an email. You'll be notified that, hey, Harness Tube's broadcasting from wherever we're at, and check us out.
All right. And with that, as we said, this didn't just start this year, but clear back in COVID, things started happening with volunteers out there helping us with the broadcast.
Everyone was so great, so generous to, stand and film these races for the fans and owners and everybody who couldn't make it. A whole slew of people and a good core that really kind of kept things together and moving forward. I'm not sure where we'd be racing if it wasn't for some of these people on this list. And, it seems little, but being able to see your horse race means the world. I keep getting emails from people who, it's all on the back of these folks you see here on the screen. They started it, this whole idea of broadcasting the fairs, on Facebook Live. Here we are now, it's grown.
Okay, with that, we're going to take a station break. We'll be back after these messages.
Maximum Exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Back with you on Harness Tube. That's YouTube. You go to Harness Tube, Illinois, and you can watch us. And apparently you're doing that because you're listening to us right now. But, David, we talked about how you can help out. Number one, advertising. The second thing is if you're just a fan or you just want to donate toward the cause, maybe you don't have a business, but you're a horse owner or a trainer or somebody who wants to continue to see this on, there's a way for people to donate, and as you can see, there's lots of people that have donated to having this on the air.
The donors have been generous. They've opened their hearts and their books, and like I said, I keep pushing advertising because the donors have been so great to us so far. I don't want to ask them again next year to keep opening up to us, but here we are, and they've done a lot for us.
Absolutely. And so you see those on the air. And again, we're here at Martinsville because of the fair committee here, bringing us down here to do that. And we want to continue to keep that for free. You see, right now there's no charge.
And it's
anybody who's a fan, who's a trainer, who's a driver, who is just
if your horse gets a win and your next door neighbor wants to watch, you can send them the link.
Yeah, absolutely. And before you couldn't do that.
Right.
And so you get a chance to watch the whole race.
Share the excitement.
And today, we've got a few blocks today for the camera, but in general, she's got a pretty good view today. It's ground level, so you're not going to be as high on the back stretch, but she's going to catch you good out of corners 1 and 2, and then in 3 and 4, she'll be able to get you. But you can donate by going where, David?
We have a Venmo and a PayPal both set up at Harness Tube, HARNESSTUBE. Or you can send a check right to a P.O. Box 63, Mount Sterling, Illinois, 62353.
Those donations are appreciated and keep us on the air and keep it free to people. So we really thank you for that. I'm trying to look at the time here. We're about
We're getting
14
close.
minutes from post time, correct?
Yep, I got 14. I thought I heard Kurt earlier, so I think we're getting close.
Yep, he's up there in the booth, and you know what? I'm glad I'm not up there. I don't like heights. So
That judge's stand is something.
with that, we're going to tune in to Kurt Becker.
Our Assistant Superintendent of Speed, Mr. Tim Wilson Jr., over on the infield stage, getting all the trophies and blankets set up and ready to go. And we'll have our pre-race ceremonies coming up very shortly as well. 18 races. Folks have been asking, when's the last time we had 18 races? We've had a couple of 14 race cards here in recent years. I think just last year we had 14, but 18's a bunch. And what happens is you take the fact that there are no other fairs in Illinois racing tonight, no parimutuel racing for harness racing right now in Illinois because the parimutuel meet doesn't begin until September up at Hawthorne Racecourse in Chicago. So as a result, the schedule is different this year from what it was a year ago. And that means we've got a whole lot of racehorses here tonight getting ready to go to the post. We're going to get underway shortly with our first race. In the first race this evening, the driver of number 2, Amana Chip, is Jared Finn. In case you want to pencil that name into your program for the first race tonight, the driver of number 2, Amana Chip, will be Jared Finn. Second race, the driver of the 1, Punxsutawney, is Freddie Patton Jr. Second race, number 1, Punxsutawney. The driver will be Freddie Patton Jr. Continuing to take a look at the early changes, nothing to report in races 3, 4, or 5. 3, 4, and 5 are clear at this time. Taking a look at race 6. In the 6th race, the driver of the 4, Fox Valley August, will be Jared Finn. 6th race, number 4, Fox Valley August, will be Jared Finn. No changes in the 7th race. In the 8th race, the driver of the 1, Arnado, Freddie Patton Jr. That's the 8th race, number 1, Arnado, the driver, Freddie Patton Jr., and the driver of the 6, I understand, will be Cornelius Cavett. Number 6, I understand, the driver, Cornelius Cavett. No changes in the 9th. Let's go ahead and take a look at the changes in race 10. In the 10th race, the driver of number 2, Jammin' High. Thank you. Freddie Patton Jr. will drive Jammin' High. That's the 10th race. Number 2, Jammin' High, the driver, Freddie Patton Jr. Taking a look at race 11. In the 11th race, driver of the 1, Ashley's Nicky, Henry Daniels Jr. That's the 11th race, number 1, Ashley's Nicky, Henry Daniels Jr. Driver of the 2, Sage on Stage, Freddie Patton Jr. Number 2, Sage on Stage, Freddie Patton Jr. 12th race is clear, so those are the changes for the first 12 races on the card. Timmy, would you like your field for the first race? Horsemen, come to the track with race 1. First race, Illini 2-year-old filly trot, G.J. Lindegrit, Amanda Chip, Danish Dreamboat, Gabby's Lady. Horsemen, come to the track with the first, and let's meet our master of ceremonies. You know him, Mr. Tim Wilson Jr.
Thank you, Kurt. Welcome back another year, my friend. We're glad to have you. We're going to start the program off with a word of prayer from Billy Ray Alwery, and then Mike Kirk is going to sing the national anthem with our Martinsville color guard. So we'll take it away with that first with Billy Ray, and then we'll have some horse racing.
Would you bow with me for a word of prayer, please? Father, we want to reflect several hundred years ago when at Calvary's cross you said it was finished, which meant that whosoever wills that would come to you would find redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins, according to the riches of his grace. But we also remember that it was a time when the veil from there between the holy place and the most holy place was rent from top to bottom, which meant to everyone that they had direct access to come into the very presence of God. So we have that privilege here today, and we come to you with thanksgiving for all that you have done for us. And Father, we thank you for America and what it stands for. And we thank you for the opportunities and the freedoms that we enjoy, which millions of people the world over don't know anything about, something that we never want to take for granted. And Father, we pause to give thanks for those who have labored over the past months to put this program together, and for the many that's going to labor throughout this week to make it an accomplishment that this community can be proud of. And so, Father, we would just ask for your good hand upon each and every endeavor that takes place this week, that there will be safety in all the numbers and all the activities. And Father, we just give you thanks for this opportunity and just ask you all in the Master's most precious name with thanksgiving. Amen.
If you have a hat on, would you please remove it? Place your hand over your heart. Sing the national anthem with me. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Mike. Mike.
They didn't mute me.
For those of you who don't know, Mike was a longtime standardbred guy himself. I remember him when I was younger. We were both younger, Mike. And Mike's a standardbred guy, so it's nice to have. I didn't know he could sing like that, but I guess you got multiple talents. And he's a pretty good insurance agent, too. In case you needed insurance, he's my State Farm insurance agent. We got to talk about those prices, though, Mike. Can we get a little discount now that little pub here? Okay, good. Discount double check. Oh, me and Rogers, thanks. Okay. Kurt, let's get that first race out here.
That's a great point, Tim. Horsemen, if you would please continue to come to the track with race 1, the first division of the Illini 2-year-old filly trot. The race sponsored by our friends at Darcy's here in Martinsville. Tractor this evening for the track crew supplied by Evan and Aaron Tingley. The track crew, Tim and Keith Denham. The truck provided by our friends at J&K Mitchell. Our thanks to their sales representatives, Chad Claypool, Michelle Haley, Chris Gardner, and Lisa Gardner. Thanks to Mallory Price. Great job laying out the program and getting all the program ads sold and in place. Lots of good information in the program this evening. Jessica Bruner will be our parade marshal of Martinsville, previously from Casey, daughter of Bob Zeller and Angela Zeller. So great to have Jessica here with Katniss, her quarter horse that she will use to parade to the horses to the post here this evening. It's going to be a big night. Got the annual Great Midwest Trot and Great Midwest Pace later in the card this evening. That is a wonderful tradition here at the fair. Harness Tube is on hand. There's David Brink over there on the infield stage. I believe I saw Rick Surratt with him also. They come to us from up at Brown County. And Tim, that means tonight's races, if folks have friends and neighbors that couldn't be here in person, they'll want to alert their friends. They just go to youtube.com, enter Harness Tube in the search field. It's all one word, Harness Tube, and they can watch the whole program live here tonight.
And I'm really excited about that, Kurt, especially we had to move up the starting time due to so many races, which we're very grateful for. But so those people that can't get here till later can catch the first whatever many races till they can get here. the people that are even, I got a call from my little brother Carter. He's out traveling doing teeth, but wanted to make sure he could watch the races. So I know there's an interest. I hope it brings a few new fans to the sports. And I just can't thank them enough for coming all the way across state to do this for us.
Good to have them here indeed. Now, horsemen, we know that we have a lot of races, a lot of horses, and a lot of you have horses to get warmed up here this evening. So just a heads up, we understand, the racing officials understand that, and we will certainly work with you the best that we can. At the same time, we do need to move the program along as efficiently and safely as possible because we don't have lights around this racetrack. So we appreciate your cooperation. Starters are out. Headed to the starting gate, race one. Number 1 is G.J. Linda Grit. This is the first fair of the year for the Illini Colt Stakes. Martinsville Agricultural Fair, a charter member of the circuit dating to 1977. In the Illini, these races restricted Illinois-bred performers. And again, this is the first Illini fair of the year. Number 1 is G.J. Linda Grit, owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner, Darla Martin Lohman of Effingham, Darla Lohman, the trainer-driver. 2 is Amanda Chip, owned by Fabian Johnson of Jackson, Mississippi, who's also the trainer. Edward Earl Thomas of Pulaski, Mississippi, the co-owner. The driver, Jared Finn. Number 3, Danish Dreamboat, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown. Chris Brown is in the bike. And number 4 is Gabby's Lady, Jerome Daniels of Springfield, Illinois, the owner, trainer, and driver. Horses have reached the starting gate, just about set to go. And it looks like we should be getting started right on schedule here right now, 2:58 p.m. Our first post at 3. So, horsemen, thank you so much. We appreciate your cooperation. And stand by at the barn area with race 2. You're up next. Stand by with that second division of the 2-year-old filly trot. Going to be a big evening. Tim, if I remember correctly, you all play pick a winner here. Is that right?
We are. We have pick a winner after each race, and then I have some just random stuff to give out, Kurt. You know, as you remember, I love my veterans, so we'll probably find a few veterans to give some extra stuff to. And a reminder to the horsemen, race 1 is the only one that's going to post parade. We will meet in the lower turn down by the barns, just like a qualifying race. Once starters are out, Kurt will announce it. And we will go to the gate directly since we have 18 races and we want to make sure everybody gets to race. So just please remember, this is the only race that will post parade.
And thank you, Tim. Race 1, they are at the post and the gate is rolling over at the end of the backstretch, headed over to the far turn for the first time tonight. Whoever wrote the history of this fairgrounds for the premium book, what a job that person or those folks did. What a magnificent history. I read it last night at home and loved every paragraph of it. This fairgrounds was originally home to a fair back in 1897. They had harness racing all the way back then on this very site. So even though the current fair was reorganized in 1946, racing and fairs go way back to the 1890s, right here where we are today. Problems for 2 of these trotters, Amanda Chip and Danish Dreamboat, both broke stride. 2 horses have broken stride, and there is a recall that has been signaled. Recall has been signaled by our starter, Mike Titus from Charleston. He has signaled a recall, so the field will regroup for another try in just a moment.
For you racing fans out there, there's several reasons we can have a recall, and Kurt may get the information here, but one would be if there was interference before the starter says go. Another one would be if a horse was scoring in a wrong position. Another reason might be if a horse was scoring in front of the gate, or if there was broken equipment before the word go. I don't see anybody fixing equipment, so I don't believe that was it, but maybe we had some interference before the horse said go. Yes, I'm getting the thumbs up. That is, in fact, what happened. So maybe somebody made a break and interfered with the other horse next to them and caused that horse to make a break. And you can have a recall until they say go. Once the starter says go, you're just bad luck then. If you get run into, you're just out of luck. No, I threw it in the trash. We're going to fill that thing up.
Our starters tonight are Mitch Titus and his father, Mike. They're going to split the card. Right now, Mitch is our official starter, and his father, Mike, will be along after a while. Tim, you were exactly right with your line of thinking there, and of course, naturally, you've trained and driven enough horses. You know how these things go. And apparently what had happened was number 3, Danish Dreamboat, when that horse broke stride, veered left and impeded the progress of the 2 Amanda Chip, causing that horse to break stride. So interference was the reason for that recall.
Yes, and clearly that's not fair to the other horse. It's not really fair during the race either, but that just kind of happens. There's nothing, obviously, any official can prevent or stop to help the horse that was interfered with at that point. And it also, at a pari-mutuel track, protects the betting interest also in case you wagered on a horse that was interfered with before go. You wouldn't be very happy if your $2 just got knocked down before you had a chance to get it back. So that's the reasons they do that.
And once again, we are at the post. Tim, I'm telling you, whoever wrote that history of this fairgrounds that's right inside the back cover of this year's premium book, that is magnificent. I'm a tough critic of historians because too often history, sometimes it's written so vague you don't really know what the point is. This is specific, and I mean, whoever put that piece together, that really gives you, if you want to know about this grounds and the tradition of fairs and racing here, get that premium book, read it, you will not be disappointed. Great stuff.
I can tell you it wasn't me, Kurt. I wish I could take credit for it, but it was not me.
I understand that feeling. Here they come for the first of our 18 races. Good to have you with us here on site. Good to have you with us on Harness Tube. Here they come for the Darcy's division of the Illini 2-year-old filly trot. They are often trotting this time. There goes G.J. Linda Grit out for the early lead. Name just rolls right off the tongue. Amanda Chip comes away second. Oh, Amanda Chip is off stride. Amanda Chip is on a break. G.J. Linda Grit is the leader by 5 lengths around the first turn. Gabby's Lady will go second by 3.5, and then Danish Dreamboat is third, and Amanda Chip is the distant trailer after breaking stride and is off stride once again. Looks like the pick-a-winner bucket has already arrived at the infield stage. Don't forget, we draw for cash and prizes throughout the day. It is G.J. Linda Grit with a 7-length lead. 33-2. Thank you, Mark Kingery, our official timer. 33-2 for the opening quarter. G.J. Linda Grit, headed around the west end of the course, has the lead here and is on top by a margin of some 7 lengths. And then Gabby's Lady, who's racing in second. Then a gap of 10 more lengths back to Danish Dreamboat in third, and better than 25 more lengths to Amanda Chip, who is last of the 4. Halfway home in the Darcy's race for 2-year-old trotting fillies, G.J. Linda Grit is the leader. 105 for the first half mile. 105. Gabby's Lady is starting to cut into that deficit. It had been 7 lengths. Now it's down to 2.5 lengths. But G.J. Linda Grit is still the leader headed toward the 3/4 mile mark. G.J. Linda Grit back out to a 3-length lead. Gabby's Lady second by a dozen lengths. And then Danish Dreamboat is third, and better than 25 more to Amanda Chip, who trails. The leader has just reached the 3/4 mile mark. Past the blue and white 3/4 mile marker and onto the final turn, G.J. Linda Grit is the leader. 1:36.4, the time at the 3/4, 1:36.4. G.J. Linda Grit leads it by 5, by 6, by 7 lengths with 1/8 of a mile to go. Top of the home stretch. Gabby's Lady second. Nearly 20 more lengths to Danish Dreamboat in third, and still Amanda Chip is last. No catching G.J. Linda Grit, who's going to win for the 3rd time in 4 career starts. G.J. Linda Grit wins it, and wins it by some 17 lengths. It was Gabby's Lady home second, another 10 lengths back to Danish Dreamboat in third. Amanda Chip will be 4th. 2:08 flat. The time for the 1 mile distance, 2:08, 2 minutes, 8 seconds flat. Tim, that's a pretty nice trotting filly. That filly's off to a good start in her young career.
That's a very nice mile out here, 2:08, Kurt. A little windy. The track, I will say, has had some extra work done to it this year. I think it's good. We're set up to go some good miles here. If this wind would lay down, we might go some really nice miles. I do have the pick a winner for race 1, and it's Danette Munson. If you'll need to raise your hand. Ah, there we go. And I will have Sammy will be bringing your prize to you. It is a Rogers French Fries gift certificate. Sammy, there you go. And I'll have some. Kurt, this blanket's sponsored by Darcy's here in town. It's a scrapbooking store. They also have all kinds of other services where you can get your license plates renewed, mail UPS stuff, title work. It's a very handy store. Plus, it's my ex-mother-in-law, so you better go visit while you're in there so I don't get in trouble from her.
Thank you, Judge. Well, Tim returning is the winner of that first race. How about this? Ladies, you better give up a nice big cheer for the lady in the race bike. She's the co-owner, she's the trainer, she's the driver. She's an excellent horse person all the way around. How about a hand for Darla Martin Lohman, winning with GJ Linda Grit. And her husband Dave is trackside, standing at the head of this horse. Co-owner Larry Longnecker of Sumner is trackside as well. And daughter Lacey, and a lot of happy faces down trackside. Glenn Ray Jess, the breeder of this Lindy's True Grit 2-year-old filly, who has won for the third time now this season on the Illinois County Fair circuit. Lone Loss came in her career debut back on May 31st, was runner-up at the Greene County Fair at Carrollton. Darla Martin.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Man Cook is the stall cleaner for number 4, GJ's Sunday Star. The unsung heroes, the folks that do that work back at the barn.
Absolutely. Make sure you get his name out there, Kurt. Hey, I just want to take a moment to thank Aaron and Evan Tingley for the use of their tractor, which is pulling the water truck around here, and for J.K. Mitchell over in Casey for their use of their pickup truck that is pulling the screen around, and for our trackmen, Tim and Keith Denham. Without this, we would not have a nice racetrack, and without their donations of their material, we would not have today's races. So thank you guys very much for letting us do that. Second race, horsemen, please come on with them as soon as possible.
Okay, David, real quick, let's talk about
and a reminder, horsemen, as Tim talked about earlier,
we'll talk about the finish on that last race as people have it in front of them. You can go ahead and read that.
Results of the first race are official now. The 1, GL Linda Grit was first. The 2, Amanda Chip was fourth. The 3, Danish Dreamboat was third. The 4, Gabby's Lady was second. Quarters in 33 and 2, half in 105. 3/4 in 136 and 4, mile 208 flat. And I tell you that GJ Linda Grit has been ultra tough at the fairs this year. Only one blemish on the card, a second place in the first start, and ever since then has been nothing but win, win, win.
I want to remind people that we have several races yet this year for you on Harness Tube. Actually, about 12 more races for the year, and so we're thankful for that and glad that we could be a part of it. And I don't know if Lisa was trying to get a hold of us or not. Was that our?
I don't see her over there, but I thought I heard it the same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe we're on someone else's channel.
Might be. with that, but we're letting you know about the races coming up for this particular channel. And David, we're going to turn it back over to the track announcers because they are doing a
They're
great
having
job.
a great show, yeah. He just killed his mic.
Kurt, I know we got a lot of business to take care of early, but how you been, my friend?
All is well, Tim. I was just thinking, coming over here this evening, 18 races. That takes me back to the days when we used to go 2 heats, and we would often see those 18 and 20 heat cards. 18 races, a big card and a good program you all have here tonight.
It is. I think the combination of Hawthorne not racing right now, the Illinois Horsemen not having a whole lot of opportunity. It's a long way to ship to Indiana or down to Oak Grove if they want to race. These young horses are just trying to get their some experience and get their legs underneath them and just get used to racing a little bit. So it's a lot closer to come here than it is opposed to drive 3 hours for guys that are coming from Newton or Springfield or Greenup, wherever they might be training. But it's a lot closer drive here. We're proud to have 18 races, and I think that if we're going to have this many, if Hawthorne does this again next year, I know I can convince this fair board to have 2 days of racing instead of 1, because the cow barn back there looks, I don't know if you happen to see it, but it was full. There was not an empty spot in there of a horse. The horse barns are all full, and the cow barn is full of horses, which I love seeing.
As the saying goes, it is a good problem to have. Judge, are we good here with our field? Starters are out. Horsemen, you may go straight to the gate. Race 2. Really appreciate Jessica Bruner, our parade marshal, because even though we're not officially parading to the post, she's right there at her post, right down at the entry to the first turn, and it just adds a little bit more to the program. So Jessica, we do appreciate it very, very much. Horses are headed to the starting gate, race 2, second division of the Illini 2-year-old filly trot, this blanket by the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Few horses completing warm-up miles, getting ready to clear the track here in a moment. Number 1 is Punk Sutina, owned by Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Roshan Trigg, Freddie Patton Jr. in the bike. 2, Hocus Pocus and Focus, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. Number 3, True Fortune, owned by Milton Greer of Jackson, Tennessee, trained by Leroy Hunt, Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. And 4, GJ's Sunday Star, owned by Mike Davison of Annapolis, Gary Crumrun of West Union, trained by Cassidy Witten, and Matt Avenatti is in the race bike. Getting ready to head to the gate. Tim brings up a good point. Tim, I never realized till Thursday evening. I was in the car and had to head down to Nashville, Tennessee. I know you race horses. You mentioned Oak Grove, the racetrack in Oak Grove, Kentucky. Man, you're right. That's a pretty good haul. You go down to Oak Grove, you aren't too far from Nashville, Tennessee.
No, you're not. Actually, when I raced down there, we went there's about actually from the track like an hour and 10 minutes, and you can be in Nashville. So you are literally at Oak Grove, right on the Kentucky-Tennessee border.
They've done a great job down there. I know the purse structure is fantastic, and they seem happy to have harness racing there. Have talked to some folks. You know, there are some track executives from the thoroughbred side that were instrumental in building that racetrack and getting it in place, and they love harness racing. And it's been really gratifying as someone that grew up in the harness business to hear our friends in the thoroughbred industry say, you know, these harness people, they put on a pretty good show, and it's been great to see, and I know you've enjoyed racing there too.
I have. Their purse structure is amazing, and they've treated the horsemen outstanding down there. I wish maybe someday Illinois could get in the program, figure it out, and we could have that back in Chicago like we used to. But yes, and it's just amazing how the purses have just blown up down there because of the casino gambling and the handle from the races. So it's been a very good thing. I wish we had more opportunities like that.
And I remain optimistic that we will. I know it's been, there have been challenges, there have been struggles in recent years. Nobody's denying that. And the men and women of the horse business are a tough, hardy bunch. We do appreciate the fact that the folks at Hawthorne, the Carey family, they've hung in there with us. The Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, they spend a lot of long hours working with the legislature and with the governor's office and so on. So I remain optimistic. I think better days will be ahead. Here they come for race number 2, top of the stretch, second division of the Illini 2-year-old filly trot. They are off and trotting. There goes True Fortune out for the lead. Hocus Pocus and Focus has early speed as well. Those two, in fact, will go at it for the top spot early. Hocus Pocus and Focus will benefit from the inside lane and saves ground around the first turn. Punxsutawney is off stride at the back of the pack, but at the end of the opening eighth of a mile, it is Hocus Pocus and Focus leading it by 3.5 lengths for Jamaica Patton up the backstretch. True Fortune will go second, 1.5 lengths. GJ Sunday Star is racing in third, then a gap of 20 more lengths back to Punxsutawney, who's last after breaking stride. At the end of the first quarter, Hocus Pocus and Focus is the leader. 33-4 for the opening quarter. 33-4, similar tempo to what we saw in the first division earlier here today. Hocus Pocus and Focus setting the tempo, leads it by 3 lengths. True Fortune will go second by 3 lengths, and then GJ Sunday Star is in third. That is the horse that, of course, has partial ownership here in Clark County, and then a long way back still to Punxsutawney, who is still trying to catch up. And here comes GJ Sunday Star, the trotter owned by Mike Davison and Gary Crumrin and trained by Cassidy Witten, moving up on the outside from third. 106-4 was the time for the first half mile. 106 4/5. Hocus Pocus and Focus is a good 2-year-old trotting filly. She's already won 3 of her 4 starts. So far, so good here this afternoon, leading at Martinsville by 2 lengths. True Fortune goes second by 1 length. GJ Sunday Star third. Any one of these 3 in contention, and then half the distance of the backstretch or so back to Punxsutawney, who has been trying to catch up after breaking stride early. Quarter mile to go. Hocus Pocus and Focus opens back up on a 3-length lead. 1:39 was the time of the 3 quarters. 1 minute 39 seconds. There's GJ's Sunday Star taking to the outside to challenge for that second spot, and True Fortune is third. Top of the lane, Hocus Pocus and Focus leads it by 5 lengths, by 6. GJ's Sunday Star has gone to second. True Fortune is third. Hocus Pocus and Focus. Jamaica Patton and the race bike in the green and white driving colors to win it. Hocus Pocus and Focus won it by 5 lengths. Then it was GJ Sunday Star with a good effort, who was home in second, and then a gap of nearly 20 more back to True Fortune in third, and a similar distance back to Punxsutawney in fourth. 2:10 flat was the time for the 1 mile distance. 2:10 flat. Your winner, number 2, Hocus Pocus and Focus. Third race is on the way, looking for a field of 6 as shown in the program. Horsemen come to the track with race 3.
Kurt, our race 2, pick a winner, and I had nothing to do with this, but I know her quite well. $5 off of Sadi Bobbies goes to Ann Calvert. I did not pick your name either, Ann. It was not me.
Believe you have trained some horses for the Calvert family over the years. Saw Barney and Ann right when I parked my car this evening. They were literally the first people I saw. They are faithful friends of the fair and of racing.
Yes, they are, Kurt. Great people. Watch your way, bud, going across, okay? Hey, do you remember me? Yeah. Okay, I wanted to make sure. Okay, you can go now, bud. Oh, does that mean you, Bernie? Yeah.
Officials from the Illinois Department of Agriculture are on hand this evening for random post-race testing for performance-enhancing drugs. Just in the interest of integrity of this sport, you get a fair with 18 races and one of the leading fairs in Illinois for racing. A lot of eyes on this fair tonight, and the Illinois Department of Agriculture among those eyes watching the racing. So Jamaica, this horse has been specialed, as they say. So Jamaica, this filly will need to report for post-race testing with the IDOA. Hocus Pocus and Focus wins that Martinsville Agricultural Fair blanket. Jamaica, the trainer-driver, Ron Phillips of Athens, the co-owner, along with Jamaica, who makes his home in Rochester. The winning 2-year-old filly by DeJarmbro out of Refocus by Valley Victor. This filly now a winner 4 times in 5 starts. 2:10 flat the time for the mile. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for that second race. From the top, Punxsutawney finished 4. Hocus Pocus and Focus the winner. True Fortune 3, and GJ Sunday Star was the runner-up. The quarter 33 and 4, the half 106 and 4, 3 quarters in 139, and the time for the mile in 2:10 flat, and it reached down 4:132. Third race is on the way. Tim, one quick. We talked about thoroughbreds as
Part of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
records, and he mentioned the fact that he had great regard for Dale Baird. So just wanted to pass that along.
Anybody that saddled over 9,000 thoroughbred winners, which I don't know if you people, maybe not some of you, most of you may know or some may not know, but they don't race every week like our standard breds do. They race maybe once every 6 weeks, a month. They'd probably rather race like one every 6 weeks or every 2 months. So can you imagine how many horses this man had to put a saddle on to win 9,000 races? It's truly amazing, because in the standardbred business, for a driver to win 9,000 races is truly amazing. I really can't imagine what it's like for a trainer in the thoroughbred business to win 9,000 races. It's almost mind-boggling, Kurt.
Well, Tim, to that point, I saw a headline. UStrotting.com is a great website to keep up on harness racing news. Have you ever met this harness driver named Matt Kakaley? I've never met Matt Kakaley, but he had, 9 wins on one program at Yonkers Raceway out in New York. That is phenomenal.
No, I have never met Matt, Kurt, because he races mostly out east. My question, it was 9 out of 10, which is totally unbelievable. But if he was my friend, I'd ask him this question: what happened in that out of the 10th race? You know what? Come on, let's get serious about it here, right? Let's do it all. So no, but that is true. How do you win? I don't care if you're 1 to 9 on a half-mile track. To win 9 races out of 10 is truly, talk about things that are unbelievable. That's a record that I don't think we'll ever see. We may, but that's an amazing record.
And that's what gets me, as someone that has never driven in a race, but has watched my share of races. Those of you who have driven in a race, and you are exactly right, I don't care if you've got a horse that's the 1 to 9 post-time favorite. There are so many things that are beyond your control as a harness driver. Once that starter says go, you can have traffic issues, you can get trapped behind horses, you can think that you made the move at the right time, and then you find out down the stretch maybe you moved too soon. There are so many things that just simply are either beyond your control or that require split-second decisions, and you might decide right and you might not decide right, and that's why it's incredible. You're right. I don't care how many favorites he might have had in that group. That's a remarkable achievement.
Yeah, it is, and of those, say he had, of the 9 races he won, I'm not sure how many were favorites either, but the things that being out of his control is, you want to tell me that one of those horses didn't just not show up, not feel well, didn't have a headache, was a little bit sick, or was a little bit sore that day, and he was second, by the way, Kurt, in the other race that he did not win, just in case, so he really wasn't doing too bad, I guess. We'll give him a little pass, but yeah, to think that just one of those horses wasn't off its game a little bit is just, it's really unbelievable. That was a nice payday for him, I think.
I would agree. That's and you mentioned something when it comes to horses, given that they are living, breathing creatures. I remember years ago, thoroughbred jockey Jerry Bailey had the favorite in the Kentucky Derby, a horse named Hansel, and he finished 9th or 10th. And when the press asked him what happened, he said, he said the horse just wasn't himself. And Jerry said, think about it, as a human being, you've got days where you get up out of bed, you don't feel like going to work either. And I thought that was a great answer, because these are not machines, are they?
No, they're not. They're not like a race car at all. And I know that a mechanic may mess up a race car by tuning it just a little bit off or here, but the horse can't tell us really that, and there's no practice run. You don't get any practice run before that day. Before he may have been feeling perfect yesterday, and if he raced yesterday, Jerry may have won the Kentucky Derby, but he raced on that Saturday, and the horse just might not, it just wasn't his day, and he may have bounced back and become a great horse, but you only get that one chance.
It's one of the things I've always found interesting. I have talked to trainers in both sports, and if you have a horse in the Kentucky Derby, or if you have a horse in the Hambletonian, those prominent but age-restricted races, I've heard trainers say, look, maybe I'll get another chance someday, but that was the only shot for that horse. As a trainer, do you think about that kind of thing?
All the time. I was lucky enough to have one horse race in the Breeders' Crown, and he was second and got beat ahead. And I tell you, it was the toughest race. He was going for a lot of money, and it wasn't honestly the money. I just knew a lower middle class guy from Midwest like myself was never going to have the chance to have another Breeders' Crown champion. So it was very bittersweet. I shouldn't say this, but I was actually in tears because I didn't win. You know, I was so happy, but yet sad, because there's only people, you only remember who's first. That's the way it is, you know, and I just knew that I'd never have that opportunity again.
I don't know if you'll never have that opportunity again. Your stable's doing pretty well. Congratulations on the win in Minnesota to you and your whole team last night, winning a $35,000 championship final in the Ron Banks Memorial. Right now, third race starters are out. Thanks to our friends at S&W Electric, the blanket sponsor for Race 3, headed to the gate right now. The first division of the Illini Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. Again, these Illini races restricted to Illinois-bred performers. Number 1, Devant Durango, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, co-owned by the trainer-driver Jill Brown of Charleston. 2 is Shady Maple Ace, owned and trained by Tanner Saltzgaver of Fisher. The driver is Wyatt Avenetti. 3 is Dooleyville Lou, owned by Randall Dooley of Hidalgo, trained and driven by Harold Finn Jr. Number 4, Chip Off the Block, owned, trained, and driven by Matt Abenetti of Chrisman. 5 is Little Chipper, owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner, trained by J.D. Finn and his son Jared Finn in the bike. And number 6, Fireball's Pride, owned by Chuck Doring of Brownstown. The trainer-driver is Darla Martin Lohman. Headed to the starting gate for race number 3, the S&W Electric race for the Illini 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. Several winners already this year in this lineup. Shady Maple Ace, a winner at the Macon County Fair at Decatur. Chip Off the Block comes in off a win at the Jasper County Fair at Newton. And likewise, Little Chipper comes in off a victory at the Jasper County Fair. At the post, and the gate is rolling. Horsemen, stand by with race 4. Stand by with that 4th race. You are up next. Racetrack is hot. Starting gate is in motion. We're just about ready to start race 3. Here they come. Dooleyville Lou broke stride behind the gate and will have some 15 to 17 lengths to make up. The rest are often trotting, and there goes Little Chipper. Little Chipper, 4 wide, 3 wide, now double wide, headed around the first turn, determined to have the early lead, and Chip Off the Block comes away in second, and problems there for Devant Durango, who broke stride midway on the first turn. Devant Durango is on a break. If Little Chipper wins this race, that decision by Jared Finn to push the button and go and get by all that inside traffic early might be the key to victory if Little Chipper indeed wins. But it's a long way to go here in race 3. Little Chipper is on top by just a length. Chip Off the Block is second by a length and a half. 34 seconds, the time for the opening quarter, 34 seconds. And then Shady Maple Ace is third. Here comes Fireball's Pride, taking to the outside from fourth, but is rough gated and now loses some ground, some 8 lengths from the front. A gap of 10 more lengths behind that one. Dooleyville Lou is in fifth, and 20 lengths behind that one. Devont Durango is last of the 6. Coming to the halfway point here in the S&W Electric division of the Illini 2-year-old Colden Gelding Trot, and it is Little Chipper on top with Chip Off the Block now taking to the outside from second, and Fireball's Pride moves up third. 1:07 for the first half mile, 1 minute 7 seconds flat. Then a gap of 10 lengths more to Dooleyville Lou, who's made up some ground and picked up 2 positions since the start. And here comes a challenge for the lead. There goes Chip Off the Block, coming after Little Chipper. Little Chipper to the inside, leads at a half length, midpoint of the back stretch. Chip Off the Block is second by just a length. Fireball's Pride is third, a margin of 15 more lengths to a side-by-side battle for fourth. Dooleyville Lou is just to the inside of Shady Maple Ace. 1:38.3 was the time for the 3/4. Devont Durango last. Back up front, Little Chipper, the leader. And Little Chipper puts away the challenge and opens back up here. Little Chipper just trots away at the top of the home stretch with a widening 5-length lead. Chip Off the Block is second. 5 more back of that one to first-time starter Fireball's Pride. But how about this 2-year-old? 2 starts, 2 wins. Little Chipper for Jared Finn in the red, black, and gold driving colors. Won it by 7 lengths. Fireball's Pride rallied up to get second by a neck on the line from Chip Off the Block in third. A margin of better than 20 more lengths back to Shady Maple Ace in fourth. Dooleyville Lou was fifth. Devont Durango was sixth. 2:08 and 4, the time for the mile. 2:08 and 4/5 will meet the winner in just a moment. Number 5, Little Chipper. Horsemen, come to the track with the 4th race, please. The State Farm Insurance agent Mike Kirk, come to the track with race number 4.
Our pick-a-winner for race 3 was Alicia Rose. Anybody? Bueller? Right ahead. Thank you. We have a $5 off coupon for Twisted Catfish.
Oh, that sounds good.
There, sounds good. Okay, go give me some more things. Oh, wait a second, guys. Oh, here it goes. Let's come this way. Come this way, guys. Kurt, I need a traffic director down here. If you're not busy, if you could come direct traffic for me for a second. Send Kingery. He's not doing anything. We know that.
He is handling those timing duties and doing it well as always. And you know, it is a busy place. We've got a winner coming back. You've got a blanket presentation. We've got horses going warm-up miles. And that's why it's great to have a horseman down trackside to help coordinate all of that. And how about a hand for your winner, folks? How about a hand for number 5, Little Chipper? That's a nice start to the program for owner Larry Longnecker of Sumner, as he has owned an interest in 2 of our first 3 winners. J.D. Finn, the trainer, his son Jared is the winning driver, and there's the S&W electric blanket based right here in Martinsville. Black blanket with white lettering and trim. Congratulations also to Timothy Zare, the winning breeder of this 2-year-old gelded son of Deep Chip out of Will McCann Go by Jim Van Gogh. 2 starts, 2 wins now for Little Chipper, who picks up the victory. And again, that was a nifty move by Jared Finn, folks. You got to make decisions in this game. You can't hesitate. And he said, I want to clear that inside traffic as soon as the starter says go. And that paid off with a win. Nicely done. Judge, are we official? He says we are. Our presiding judge, Mr. Randy Callahan of nearby Greenup. From the top of the page, Devont Durango was 6. Shady Maple Ace finished 4. Dooleyville Lou finished 5. Chip Off the Block 3. Little Chipper, the winner, and Fireball's Pride, the runner-up. The quarter 34 seconds, the half in 107, 3 quarters 138 and 3, and the time for the mile 208 and 4/5. It reads 6:45, 3:12. Again, horsemen come to the track with race 4, second division of the Illini 2-year-old trot. Tim?
You know, speaking of the judges up there, I was wondering, Randy, if it was possible for a MC's objection. Am I allowed to file an objection? It's questionable. Okay, well, I just want to let you know why, and I think you'll agree. Yesterday, Jared Finn sent me a picture of some baked macaroni and cheese he made, and I told him to bring me some today, and he didn't. So I would like to file an objection based on that, please. So he comes around next time with the food that I was hoping for.
Yeah, the judge says we can make that happen for you, Tim. Don't blame you.
Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
David, we got a short break here. Before we go to race 5, any driver changes in race 4? Excuse me, race 4.
I don't have any, no.
Okay. Want to thank the people who have been volunteers who have done a lot of the videoing before we started this year. And they're
thanks to our track crew, Tim and Keith Denham. The truck passing by in front of the stands, pulling the harrow, the screen harrow. That truck provided by J&K Mitchell. Thanks to their sales representatives, by the way, our friends Chad Claypool, Michelle Haley, Chris Gardner, and Lisa Gardner. Mallory Price, terrific job laying out the race program and all those ads this evening. Folks, be sure to take time to make note of those ads because those folks all pitch in to help make racing possible at the fair. And thanks again to our parade marshal, Jessica Bruner of Martinsville, previously from Casey, the daughter of Bob Zeller and Angela Zeller. Good to have her here tonight. What I love about, you talk about a true horsewoman. I love the fact, Tim, that Jessica, even though technically we're not having post parades, she's been trackside, she's been on that horse, and she has been doing all she can to help present this program, and we appreciate that.
Absolutely. It's not her fault that we have so many races, and we appreciate her being here. And hopefully we won't need her because hopefully we don't have any accidents. But, boy, you really count your outriders thankful when you have a loose horse running around the track. Obviously, none of us can keep up with them, so it's always great to have an outrider there to take care of you when that happens. Just a reminder, too, everybody, this year for the first time in probably about a decade, we have the rodeo back. So for you horse lovers out there and animal lovers that like to see cowboys get dumped on their heads, speaking of wrecks, and get bucked off and all that fun stuff that they do at the rodeo, we will be here Thursday and Friday night for that. And then, of course, Saturday night we wrap it up with the demo derby. Kurt, there'll be about 5,000 people here, believe it or not, for the demo derby. And the infield will be completely packed. There won't be a seat in the grandstands. It's our greatest night. Everybody loves it. I'm sure they do that at Altamont, too, where you probably announced some of that, and you probably announced some others also, but everybody loves a nice, good car crash.
It is. It's amazing the crowd that demolition derbies will draw. They started late 1960s across the Illinois Fair Circuit. And I remember my late father told me that he said there was a theory that back in the late 60s that when they drew those big crowds at the demolition derbies around the state, people said, oh, it's a fad. There's no way that a demolition derby is going to hold that much crowd interest as the years go by. But you're right. It is absolutely one of the biggest draws for any fair across the Midwest.
Absolutely. There'll be people here about noon to park their trucks. They like to get their spots. Yes, it will be. It's always a fun night to be here. And I think if we could have one 7 nights a week, if there was the cars, we'd pack that many people in 7 nights a week, Kurt.
I'm just always amazed at how the men and women of that sport of demolition derby, how they build these cars. The front bumper can be chest high, the back bumper can be chest high, and yet somehow that car will keep moving around the arena. That always fascinates me, the mechanicals that go into those cars where they can keep functioning, keep rolling. No matter how bent and twisted the sheet metal might look, it's incredible they can just keep right on going.
It is, because you take a look at them and you're like, there's no way that thing's even going to start. And then that thing may go through the first round and then come back for the championship round. And it just, those guys do spend a lot of time, a lot of money, and they really enjoy and we enjoy it too. I love it. I think everybody around here does. But the amount of time they spend in it, I would just like to follow one time to know. Obviously, I'm not a car guy and don't know much about them, but I have to believe they're putting many hours in that.
I think that's right. There's so much that goes into taking a lot of those competitors. They'll take that rule sheet and they'll go right down. And I mean, you talk to inspectors and those drivers and those car builders, they will go right to the letter of the rule. And that you're right. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. And it's fun. It's fun for people. It's like anything at the fair, Tim. It's always fun, I think, to come out to the fair and to see your friends and neighbors out there competing in whatever the event might be. To me, that's what makes the fair so much fun.
Yeah, it is. I love to see the kids that I knew in high school, 10 years ago or 5 years ago, that are now come compete in the demo derbies. And the crowd that, like you said, the hometown crowd for them, they get really fired up. It's really neat.
Pontiac starting gate is moving back into position near the end of the back straightaway and getting ready to send us on our way here in this afternoon's fourth race. Second division of the Illini 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot, thanks to State Farm Insurance. Mike Kirk, agent. You heard Tim talking about State Farm earlier down trackside. They handle Tim's insurance needs. That's as good an endorsement as I need. That's a dandy endorsement, in fact, and it's good to have State Farm on board as a sponsor here at the races. No changes in race 4. Number 1 is Gritty Sweater, owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner, trained and driven by Darla Martin Lohman. 2, TVS Cosmac, owned, trained, and driven by Jerome Daniels of Springfield, co-owned by David Williams of Byram, Mississippi. 3, PG's Hash Brown, owned and trained by Derry Birch of Willow Hill, and the driver is Jared Finn. Number 4, Tropical Durango, is owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown, the driver Chris Brown. And number 5, Luz Mandalorian, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Roshan Trigg, the driver J.D. Lewis. Race 4 is at the post, the gate's rolling. Horsemen stand by with race 5. The first division of the Illini 2-year-old filly pace stand by with race 5. We talked about Mr. Brink and Mr. Surratt being on the infield this evening from Harness Tube, bringing us live coverage tonight. Got to give a shout out to their friends up in Brown County, a family by the name of Kitchell. You want to talk about demolition derby drivers, there's a family by the name of Kitchell up there in Brown County. Wow, are they good. Right now, here they come for this evening's fourth race. Problems for Tropical Durango off stride. PG's Hash Brown is off stride. The rest are off and trotting. There goes Lou's Mandalorian out for the early lead. Lou's Mandalorian trots right out to the front. TVS Cosmac comes away second. Gritty Sweater is third. Tropical Durango is fourth. And PG's Hash Brown is last of the five. Gritty Sweater broke stride midway on the first turn, is still third, but now is about to lose that spot as Tropical Durango moves by to the inside. Headed up the back straightaway they go. Lou's Mandalorian is the leader. Lou's Mandalorian is on top by 5 lengths, and then TVS Cosmac is second by 2. Tropical Durango third by 5. Gritty Sweater fourth. 32-3 for the opening quarter, 32-3. Gritty Sweater just broke stride again over to the far turn, and a long way back, better than 25 lengths, to PG's Hash Brown, who's off stride again at the back. So 3/8 of a mile are in the books. Lou's Mandalorian shows the way for J.D. Lewis, a winner at the Macoupin County Fair in Carlinville back on June the 6th. Lou's Mandalorian halfway home in the State Farm Insurance race here this evening at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair and leads it by 2 lengths. 104-4 for the first half mile, 104 4/5 of a second. TVS Cosmac only a length behind the leader now, right there, a close second. Then a gap of nearly 4 more lengths back to Tropical Durango in third. A margin of 15 more back of that one to Gritty Sweater. 25 more back of that one to PG's Hash Brown. The leader's off stride, and the second place horse is off stride. Lou's Mandalorian goes on a break. TVS Cosmac goes on a break. There's a quarter mile to go, and Tropical Durango is the new leader, and Gritty Sweater has just gone to second. TVS Cosmac is now third, 140-2, 140 2/5. Tropical Durango with an awkward move, and that will allow Gritty Sweater to swing to the outside and take the lead. TVS Cosmac tries to rally back. Lou's Mandalorian's going to swing out to the center of the track from fourth to third to second. Here comes Lou's Mandalorian down the center of the racetrack, coming after Gritty Sweater. Lou's Mandalorian is going to win it. Gritty Sweater's on a break. Lou's Mandalorian broke stride at the midpoint of the backstretch and still rallied to win the State Farm Insurance race. For driver J.D. Lewis in the blue, white, and gold colors, it was Gritty Sweater home second, Tropical Durango third, TVS Cosmac fourth, PG's Hash Brown was fifth. 2:14-2 was the time for the mile. 2:14 2/5. Lou's Mandalorian looked like he was down for the count with a quarter mile to go, and he came right back and won. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 5, first division of the Illini 2-year-old filly pace.
Kurt, with all that action, we're just waiting for the judge to make it official.
We do not anticipate an issue. We know what you mean, Tim. You're a horseman, and you recognize the fact that got pretty eventful over there on the backstretch. But I think that the general take, at least here in the judges' stand, it was just one of those racing deals with 2-year-old trotters, as you well know. But you're right, it never hurts. You've been down this kind of road, and you know, in a case like that, before we start giving away money, we better make sure there's not going to be a disqualification here. You're good, Tim. You're good to go.
Okay, great. For the race 4 winner, we have Marilyn Collier gets a Rogers French fries. Marilyn? We got you up top, thank you.
And there's the State Farm Insurance. Our thanks to Agent Mike Kirk, based in nearby Casey. There's that, appropriately enough, a red blanket with the white lettering and trim. And I tell you, the lesson here in the State Farm race, don't ever give up hope, because that horse looked hopelessly beaten with a quarter mile to go. but never quit fighting and never quit trying, and wins the State Farm Insurance Blanket. Mike, thank you once again, and congratulations to Lou's Mandalorian, owned and bred by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco and Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Roshan Trigg, who is walking alongside of driver J.D. Lewis and has the blanket tucked under his left arm. The winning trotter is a 2-year-old son of Lou's Legacy out of Snarky Lane by Uncle Peter, and wins for the second time in 5 starts. Judge, are we official? Thank you, Mr. Callahan. We are official. Here's the full field rundown for race 4. Gritty Sweater was the runner-up. TVS Cosmac finished 4. PG's Hash Brown finished 5. Tropical Durango 3. And Lou's Mandalorian the winner. The opening quarter, 32-3. The first half mile, 104-4. 3 quarters, 140 2/5. And the time for the mile, 2:14 2/5 of a second. By a 1/5 of a second, new lifetime record for Lou's Mandalorian. Reached down 2:45.31. Tim, I heard our judge right before that last race ask me to remind the horsemen, those of you that are finished.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
David, we're going to come back and talk about from the back stretch. You want to tell people what to do there?
Yeah, if you'd like to just get a shout out on the broadcast, just go ahead and send me a email or Facebook message or text, whatever you got, and we'll try to get you on here. I've been loving the interaction we've had, people chiming in. Unfortunately, up at Cambridge, I was busy. I didn't have my laptop open. I missed about a handful of shout outs, but they were all good people, that were following it and appreciative, and it was just, we want to get you guys on the air too if we can.
Absolutely, and we appreciate you watching at home. We had people, where was it? Pennsylvania last week?
Pennsylvania, yeah, we've been.
They were having a watch party.
Canada, Brazil, yeah. I've got friends back in the Camp Point nursing home going to put it on today for the residents there. So, we're trying out all this stuff, trying to get in front of people, and hopefully they like watching some races.
All right, with that, we'll go back to trackside for you. I'll let Kurt and Tim talk to you.
Like, he almost had to bring that horse to a stop to get him to get back trotting. Usually a horse, once he makes a break and you get him slowed down, you can, shake his head and you'll get him back onto his gait. Well, that colt wasn't wanting to settle, so J.D. did a real nice job, like you said. He didn't panic. He got him almost to a walk, got him back trotting, and obviously once he got back trotting, he can really trot fast. It's an art to getting that horse back on stride as quick as possible, trust me. Sometimes you just can't do it, but sometimes a driver can make all the difference in the world when it comes to that. Kurt, while we got a second, tell us about the upcoming yearling. What do we got for yearling sales here this year?
There will be 2 standard-bred yearling sales here in Illinois coming up later this summer, and both of them have catalogs that are loaded with individuals that pedigrees look good. From the reports we're getting, sounds like some really good individuals. The first of those sales will be the Land of Lincoln sale at Walker Standardbreds up in Sherman, Illinois, near Springfield. That'll be Saturday, September 2nd. And then on Labor Day, Monday, September 4th, the Illini Classic yearling sale at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield. At last check, I believe that both catalogs are going to be similar to what they've been in years past in terms of numbers. I think there are 80 to 85 head for the Land of Lincoln sale, and there are probably going to be 130 to 140 in the Illini Classic. But it's always a fun time of year. I've heard sometimes horsemen say it's almost like the draft in professional sports. That's where horsemen go to reload the arsenal, reload the stable, and it's, I think, Tim, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think one of the great things about yearling sale time, everybody's got a dream, everybody's got hope at that point, and it's just fun to have a dream.
Absolutely. It's like having a chip in a chair in a poker tournament. You're still not out yet. Exactly. What about, I know on the pacing side that some star somewhere, he's been a hot stud, but do we have any new studs coming out this year with some foals that I'm just not up on the Illinois breeding like I should be, but I thought you might be able to help me out here a little.
There will be, in particular, on the pacing side, you mentioned the young sire, Some Star Somewhere, who's off to a great start. When you can come out with your very first crop of 2-year-olds, as he did last year, and sufficiently impress the voters to be named the Illinois Pacing Stallion of the Year, that's all you need to know. Just terrific. And Captain Trevor is one of the Pacing Stallions who's got his first crop that are yearlings this year. And there will be a lot of those in the Illini Classic sale. There will be some, essentially the Some Star Somewheres, most of those will be at the Land of Lincoln sale. Okay. Captain Trevor, most of those at the Illini Classic, with a smattering at either sale for both stallions. And beyond that, lots of great representation from some young up-and-coming stallions. And appreciate your giving us a chance to talk about that, Tim. Judge, are we ready to go here? I believe we are ready to go, so starters are out. Race 5. Horses are on the track for the 5th race, first division of the Illini 2-year-old filly pace, headed to the gate. The Drew Jewell Memorial, the Little John Grain Incorporated race for 2-year-old pacing fillies. And of course, Drew Jewell loved horses, loved this fair, loved racing, and also had an affiliation working for the folks at Little John Grain Incorporated. He was a valued member of their staff. And we remember Drew with this 5th race here this evening. There are no changes in race 5. No changes in race 5. Number 1 is Fox Valley Venice, owned by Wyatt Avenatti of Chrisman, Earl Avenatti of Clinton, Indiana, trained by David Avenatti. Wyatt Avenatti is up. 2, Matty Shark, owned and trained by Jerry Mims of Vardaman, Mississippi. The driver is Dane May. 3, Battle Shoe Carly, owned by Clay and Buddy Simpson of Fairfield, trained and driven by Clay Simpson. 4 is Big Flicka, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta, trained by John Fletcher, and the driver is Mike Rogers. And 5 is Dandy's Gratitude, owned by Chase Porter of DuQuoin, trained by Cornelius Cavett, and John Smith is in the race bike. Field is approaching the starting gate over on the back straightaway, getting ready to go here in race 5. Horsemen stand by at the stable area with that 6th race. Race 6, you are up next. 5th race is at the post, gates rolling. Number 3, Battle Shoe Carly, racing for the ownership of Clay Simpson and his father, Buddy. Good to see them both here this evening. I believe Buddy Simpson has a birthday in the month of June. I am tempted to say maybe 94 years of age, possibly. Just amazing to see Buddy Simpson here tonight. Is he 92? Okay, I think either just had or has a birthday coming up. His birthday was last Saturday. Thank you, Judge. So belated happy birthday, 92 years of age. Buddy Simpson looking on from the stable area. Right now, here they come, race 5. Starter Mitch Titus sends the field on its way in race 5. There goes Fox Valley Venice out for the early lead. Big Flicka gets away second. Matty Shark quickly settles along the inside lane in third. Battle Shoe Carly is fourth. And Dandy's Gratitude last of the 5 as they hit the backstretch racing toward the quarter-mile mark. Fox Valley Venice is the leader. Fox Valley Venice on top early here in race 5 and leads it by a length in the Drew Jewell Memorial, the Little John Grain Incorporated race as they move on by the quarter-mile mark. Big Flick is second by a length. Matty Shark is third. Battle Shoe Carly is fourth. 30 and 3/5 seconds, an honest pace here. 30 and 3/5 seconds for the opening quarter. Dandy's Gratitude is last of the 5. They work their way around the west end of the course, and after 3/8 of a mile, Fox Valley Venice is the leader. This filly's been impressive on 1-mile racetracks. This is the first time she's raced on a half-mile racetrack, and so far, so good. No problem with the change in circumference, and she leads it by a length. They're halfway home in race 5. Big Flick a second, Maddie Shark third. 103 for the first half mile, 103 flat. Battle Shoe Carly is fourth in her career debut as they race on toward the 5/8 mile mark, and a gap of 4 more lengths. Dandy's Gratitude last of the 5. Headed up the back straightaway and into a headwind as they go on toward the 3/4 mile mark. It is Fox Valley Venice who shows the way. Fox Valley Venice leads it by a length, and Big Flicka still there, still second, and now making her move. There's Big Flicka taking to the outside to challenge Fox Valley Venice. 1:34 and 4, the time at the 3/4, 1:34 and 4. Midway on the final turn, Fox Valley Venice opens back up and leads it by 5 lengths in the blink of an eye. Big Flicka second a length, and Maddie Shark is taking to the outside third to challenge for second. But Fox Valley Venice, this is one talented filly, folks. First time on a half-mile track in a race situation, and she's going to win it. Fox Valley Venice cruises on home and wins it by 3.5 lengths. Maddie Shark rallied up for second by a half length on the line from Big Flicka third, and then a gap of nearly 10 more lengths back to Battle Shoe Carly fourth, and Dandy's Gratitude across the line in fifth. 2:04 flat was the time for the mile. 2:04 flat. Fox Valley Venice, your winner. Tim, we were just talking about the offspring of Some Star Somewhere. I get a kick out of the fact last year when that first crop started winning everything in sight, somebody said, you know what, it's neat to see for Doc and Pat Walker. They've done so much for racing in Illinois. Somebody jokingly referred to Some Star Somewhere as the license to print money for Walker Standardbreds, and it's just a testament to the respect that that horse has. Horsemen like those offspring of Some Star Somewhere.
Yes, they do, and it sure represented it last year at the sales. They were really well received again at the sales market. I think they might have to start having an inquiry down here on us for the pick a winner, because this goes to another former horse owner of mine and former mayor of Martinsville, Phil Reeds. PB, where are you? Oh, right in front, of course. They're going to start thinking this is rigged.
And a deep connection for the Avenatti family, because the co-owner of that winning filly, the co-owner of Fox Valley Venice, Earl Avenatti, who now makes his home in Clinton, Indiana, based his stable right here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fairgrounds for a number of years. Our timer, Mark Kingery, was just sharing with us. He said, I remember working for Mr. Avenatti back in the 1970s. And talk about a guy that could train a horse. I mean, Earl Avenatti, he had some horses that just were fantastic. Remember Love and Rainbow? Yeah, Earl Avenatti trained the winner of the Great Midwest Pace back in 1985 when the filly, the Illinois-bred filly, Love and Rainbow, beat the boys to win the Great Midwest. So the Avenatti gang, with deep roots with this fairgrounds and a deep connection to racing here at this fair, including that Great Midwest. And here comes the Avenatti family trackside. There's Mr. Avenatti in the red cap. The stories he could tell. What an accomplished horseman. How about a hand for the Avenatti family? And Fox Valley Venice is owned by Wyatt Avenatti of Chrisman and his grandfather. Wyatt's dad, David, is the trainer, and of course, Wyatt himself, the driver. 2-year-old filly has won the Little John Grain Incorporated blanket, which is also the Drew Jewell Memorial blanket. Green with white lettering and trim, and that will now be folded up and handed over to our winning connections. The winning 2-year-old filly bred by Fox Valley Standardbreds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker. This filly by Some Star Somewhere out of vast majority Hanover by Badlands Hanover. And that's got to be special for Wyatt Avenatti. When you come along as the next generation and you can win at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair, where Dad and Grandpa have a rich history, that's a pretty special thing. So congratulations, Wyatt and the whole crew. Well done. Judge, are we official?
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Fox Valley August, the driver is Jared Finn. Tim, one quick note about your racetrack here at Martinsville. One of the things that history that is in the premium book, the individual who wrote that history, I learned something I never knew. This racetrack was redesigned in 1965. And I know over the years, the horsemen have often said this is the turns on this racetrack are among the widest and best banked turns on a county fair half-mile track anywhere across the state of Illinois. You all are home to a fantastic racing surface here.
Yes, we are lucky to have one of the best tracks in Illinois by far, and a lot of work goes into it. Bobby Zellers, our new Fair Board president this year, has spent a lot of time out here himself, not only on the track, but on the bathrooms have been redone. The changes that are going on here at the Martinsville Ag Fair are really exciting. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have an announcement. I won't actually, but Barrett Von Barron will be up here in a little bit. He's going to have some exciting news that I didn't know anything about. I'm on the Fair Board, and I didn't know anything about it until yesterday, but I've been not around quite as much as I used to be. But when he told me, I was really happy, and I think everybody in the grandstands will be excited to hear this also. And, you know, you talked about 3 generations of the Avenattis, Kurt. Something tells me that they'll be the 4th generation. Now, you and I may not be around here to see it, but I guarantee you they'll be the 4th generation racing here.
I think you are spot on with that observation, and that's such a wonderful thing to see, that family involvement and seeing that generational history where each generation continues to take an interest in the sport. That's one of the things from which we have all benefited here in Illinois. I remember growing up just as you do, Tim, and we would see so many families involved in the sport of harness racing. And as one gets older, he looks back and realizes how important that is for the sport, because those are the folks that really keep us grounded and connected to that racing history.
Absolutely. It seems like when you and I grew up, that's really what it was, is a whole bunch of families. Now it's certainly turned a little bit from that, because some of the families have decided either they've gotten older and not wanted to do it, or the kids weren't involved in it. But the Avenattis certainly have done a really nice job, and we appreciate them. Every year they support us amazingly, and we're very thankful to have them, especially like when you said they trained here for so many years. It's a nice feeling. And I'd just like to take a second to say, if everybody would, when you get a chance to look at your programs in the yellow pages, when you see those sponsors on there, they're the people that put up the money to make the program for you so we can have programs today. So if you wouldn't mind, if you go, when you're in between races and you're tired of hearing me ramble, take a look at that program. And if you see somebody on there and you could support them, we really appreciate it, because without them, you wouldn't have a program to look at it. And it just makes it a lot more exciting for everyone to have a program to read.
And Tim, we need to take a moment and alert our Pick-A-Winner players that there is a late scratch in race 8. Pick-A-Winner players, a heads up, there's a late scratch in race 8, scratch number 3, vertical speed. Race 8, scratch number 3, vertical speed.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to pick vertical speed then, would you, Kurt? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember one year at the World Trotting Derby in DuQuoin when they used to go 2 heats, and the stewards had apparently forgotten to relay a scratch in the second heat of the World Trotting Derby to my father. And that's poorly worded. I think it was just a miscommunication because at DuQuoin, the announcer is on top of that 3-tiered infield pagoda by himself, and the stewards are actually on the middle level of that pagoda, and sometimes it's tough to communicate, especially when tractors and water trucks are going by and so on. However it happened, there was a scratch in the second heat of the trotting derby. That was a betting event, and I remember my dad saying the whole race he's looking around the track with his binoculars, he's thinking there's somebody not out there. So he said when I gave the rundown, he said I just kind of threw that scratch in there just real quickly as I went through the order of finish. So it can happen.
That could have been interesting if people were still betting on that horse, Kurt. Let's hope that wasn't happening. Your dad wouldn't have a lot of explaining to do, but those stewards might have had a lot of explaining to do.
And that was the good news. I think the mutual department had it. So if anybody had gone and tried to wager on the horse, the mutual clerk would look at the screen and say, no, that horse is scratched. But it's fun at the old ballpark, as they say.
Hey, did your dad ever tell you what his favorite race to call was, or what his favorite, even if it was the time trial of Niatros? Did he ever mention like Hambletonians or World Trotting Derbies? Did he ever say to you?
That's a great question. I know that he really felt honored to have a chance to call the races that he did. I know that what he would often say to me, more than anything, he would comment on track announcer booths at these various racetracks. And that was probably more than anything where he would comment. Like at DuQuoin, for example, the announcer stands on the infield flush against that inside rail, and when they turn for home, you cannot see the drivers until they get right at your feet at the finish line. And I can remember he and Stan Bergstein, who was his mentor, they used to talk about the fact DuQuoin is a beautiful racetrack, but the announcer had the worst seat in the house. And of course, they said that with a laugh because they enjoyed calling races there, Stan and my dad. Personally, Tim, I always thought if you go back and listen to my dad's race calls, my personal viewpoint is his race calls of the Kentucky Futurity at the Red Mile, the final leg every year of Trotting's Triple Crown, I think on the whole were among his all-time best. There was something about that time of year at that racetrack, and that booth is in a great position. It's kind of like your fair here. The booth is on the top of the grandstand. You've got a great view of the whole track. And he was always at his absolute best on Kentucky Futurity Day, and those are my favorite race calls. I think if you had to pin me down, I would say that my favorite race call of his was, I believe it was the 1982 Kentucky Futurity. I think the two horses were Jazz Cosmos and Speed Bowl, side by side, all the way down the stretch. And I have always maintained, I remember Jazz Cosmos was owned in Canada, and I went to Woodbine one year, and they have the Standardbred Hall of Fame in the grandstand, and I heard a race call, and I couldn't tell from a distance who it was, and I thought, okay, that guy's pretty good. No, that guy's real good. And I found out when I got closer it was my dad, and it was his call of that 1982 Kentucky Futurity. So that is personally one of my all-time favorite calls of his. Are we good here, Judge? Yes, we are, and starters are out. At the post gates rolling race 6, the Illini 2-year-old filly pace 2nd division, number 1 Miss Larry, owned and trained by Tanner Saltzgaver of Fisher, Wyatt Avenetti in the bike, 2 Counselor M, owned by David Williams of Byron, Mississippi, Javian Jaquez Carter of Clinton, Mississippi, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton, 3 Delight Moon is owned by Glenn Bauman of Mulkeytown, Bonita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, Mike Rogers in the bike. 4 is Fox Valley August, owned and trained by Bridget Williams of Clinton, Mississippi, the driver is Jared Finn. And number 5, Arcades Tony, MM&D Racing of Charleston of Mitch and Mike Titus and Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi. Dennis Wright, also part of that partnership, and MM&D, trained by Roshan Trigg. J.D. Lewis will drive. One final thought, Tim. I can tell you this much. My dad's favorite place to call races was the fair circuit. He absolutely loved calling races at the fairs. It never got old.
That's great to hear.
Here they come, race 6. They are off and pacing. There goes Delight Moon out for the early lead. Miss Larry has speed as well. Miss Larry inside and Delight Moon on the outside. And there goes Delight Moon now moving on by to take the lead as they race around the first turn and hit the backstretch headed toward the quarter-mile mark. It is Delight Moon, the leader. And then Miss Larry traveling along in second. Counselor M takes to the outside from that third spot as they head up the back straightaway. Fox Valley August is fourth and Arcades Tony last of the 5. Counselor M is moving on by for the lead at the quarter-mile mark, and she's made the top by a length and a half. 31-2 for the opening quarter, 31-2. It is Counselor M leading it by just a length as they swing around the west end of the course with Delight Moon in second by 2 lengths. Miss Larry is now third, and then Fox Valley August is fourth. Arcades Tony last of the 5, but she's right there with the rest. Takes to the outside, about 7 lengths from the leader though. Halfway home here in race 6, and here comes Fox Valley August moving up on the outside with a rush from 4th to 3rd to 2nd to take the lead by a half length. 103 for the first half mile, 103. So Jared Finn now has Fox Valley August in the outside lane with a narrow lead. Problems for Arcades Tony, who made a break. Arcades Tony broke stride around that east turn and is now the trailer as they head up the back stretch. In the meantime, Counselor M saved the ground around the turn. She's now back in front by a neck, but Fox Valley August is now taking the lead one more time, and here comes Miss Larry out and moving fast at the 3/4 mile mark. Delight Moon shuffled to 4th, and Arcades Tony is 5th. 133-2, the time at the 3/4, 133-2. Fox Valley August, with an 1/8 of a mile to go, is your leader by 2 lengths. Miss Larry is second by 5 lengths. Delight Moon is third, and then a gap of 8 more lengths. Counselor M is in 4th. Arcades Tony 5th. They turn for home. Fox Valley August leading Miss Larry by 3 lengths in deep stretch. Fox Valley August, Jared Finn racks up his second win on the card. Fox Valley August won it by a length and a half. Miss Larry was second, and then it was Delight Moon, another 5 lengths back in third, another 8 lengths back of her to Arcades Tony in 4th, and a similar margin to Counselor M in 5th. 2:04 and 3/5. Thank you, Mark Kingery, our official timer. 2:04 and 3. Tim?
Kingery was all over that. I thought it might have been 2:04 and 4, but I think he had it right. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt this time. Hey, the race 6 pick a winner goes to Rick Hacker. He gets a free sweet tea. Rick?
103 flat, 133 and 2, 204 and 3.
Okay.
Top down, 253.
Do you see her?
1, 4 on the bottom.
Thank you, bud. Horseman, you may come to the track with race number 7. Come to the track with the 3rd division of the 2-year-old filly pace. Tim, I don't know. I don't want to be a tail bearer. I know the good book doesn't have a lot of good things to say about tail bearers, but I thought I overheard Mr. Kingery say that he's not sure that you ever could read a watch. Oh, goodness.
Well, we'll see when I'm on duty later on this week, Kurt. If he speeds 16 miles an hour in a 15, who Officer Wilson's writing tickets to, won't we?
Well, Mark says he lives nearby and he can walk if he has to.
That might be a good idea for him.
You're saying you might be able to read a clock, a speed gun, just fine.
I can read a speed gun. He knows that.
I love it. Fun at the county fair. Well, speaking of having fun, how about Jared Finn in those red, black, and gold driving colors? Second win on the night. How about a hand for all the connections of Fox Valley August?
What was the last one?
This winning 2-year-old filly is by Some Star Somewhere out of Today is the Day by Cole Muffler. Congratulations, Bridget Williams, the owner and the trainer. 2:04 and 3 the time as this filly wins for the second time in 3 starts, bred by Fox Valley Standard Bred.
The heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Winner, and Arcay's Tony finished 4. The opening quarter 31-2, the half in 103, 3 quarters 133-2, and the time for the mile 2:04-3. It reached down 2:53.14. So we are a third of the way through the program. Horsemen, great job. We appreciate your cooperation. We know you've got a lot going on with warm-up miles, trying to tend to horses that are coming on and off the track, warming up for later races, in addition to getting ready for the immediate next race. So we know you have a lot on your plate, and we appreciate the way that you all are handling it, just as you always do, in a very professional fashion. Race number 7 in memory of Doc and Faye Downey, 3rd division of the Illini 2-year-old filly pace. No changes in race 7. Horsemen come to the track.
Hey, Kurt, going back to your story up in Canada when you heard your dad's voice, it's a good thing I was just thinking you didn't go, man, who's that guy? He's terrible. Since you sound just like him, and then when you got closer and you found out it your dad, you know, that would have been so.
Could have been an awkward moment.
It might have been an awkward moment for yourself. Yes, it should have. Well, how about you? What's your favorite?
Well, you know, I like, similar to my dad, I've been fortunate to work a number of different venues and different races over the years. I think, like him, when you grow up on the fair circuit, that's where your heart is and always will be, and that's what makes evenings like this so much fun. I will say that I've been fortunate because I think when I began doing, I grew up, of course, in standardbreds, and then in the early 90s, added the thoroughbreds. And I have to say that the folks of the thoroughbred industry, even if there might have been some understandable skepticism back when I started calling thoroughbreds, I know that I was new to them, they were new to me, but they have all been very kind and very welcoming. And as a result, I think that I've been especially fortunate to get to know people in each game. If you had to pin me down, I know a few years ago at Keeneland, American Pharaoh doing the track call for his final career start in the Breeders' Cup was a real honor. Just last fall, the Breeders' Cup was at Keeneland. Flightline was an unbeaten horse, came in with a lot of publicity. Just an incredibly magnificent animal. I think what impressed me so much about Flightline was a very good horse named Life is Good went eyeball to eyeball with him in that Breeders' Cup Classic last fall for the better part of the opening mile. And for Flightline to put away such a good racehorse, a legitimate Grade 1 winning racehorse, and just draw off down the stretch the way he did was an impressive performance. But one of the things, Tim, for me, that I have enjoyed so much, I love it, whether it's harness or thoroughbred racing, when I get to cross paths with folks from the fair circuit at the pari-mutuel tracks. I'll give you an example of that. I remember a few years ago, for many years, our opening feature at Keeneland down in Lexington has been the Transylvania Stakes on opening day of the spring meet. And our own Chad Cook had a horse running in the Transylvania, and that's the only time in my career, I've been at Keeneland for 26, 27 years, and the only time that I have left the booth on a race day was I went down to the paddock because I thought, I've got to go see Chad Cook and I've got to shake his hand and say hello. To me, that was a lot of fun that day, just to be able, I love seeing names from the fair circuit when they come to a track like Keeneland. Same in the standardbred game. I don't do as much pari-mutuel standardbred announcing anymore, but those moments are always a lot of fun.
And Kurt, just so the people know, because I kind of wanted to know this myself, and I don't know, I think I know the answer, but when you call a race, do you go by the saddle pad or do you go by the driver's colors to remember which horse it is?
I am almost always at the pari-mutuel with the thoroughbreds is the jockey silks. And really, a lot of times it's just the jockey's cap. I always make notes of the colors of the jockey's cap. When those thoroughbreds get all bunched up and they're 3 and 4 wide on the turn, sometimes that cap is about all you can see sticking out of the crowd. The county fair circuit, a lot of times on a half-mile track, I will rely more on the saddle pad number. Since you can look across the track and you'll see a red saddle pad, you know that's the number 1 horse. You see the blue saddle pad, you know that's the number 2, and so on. I don't want to avoid a direct answer, and I can give you an answer if you had to pin me down. Maybe the most memorable race I've ever called was 2020 in the COVID year. The Breeders' Cup was at Keeneland. Only a very limited number of people were there. The horse that won the sprint that day was a horse named Whitmore. And Whitmore, by that point, 6, 7, 8 years old. He had been around a while. And a lot of folks, myself included, thought his best days were probably behind him. And when they turned for home that day, the race call was, "Here comes Whitmore, here comes Whitmore, here comes Whitmore, here comes Whitmore." Because all I could think about was, look at this magnificent horse. He's been around a long time, and here you had the senior citizen of the group upstaging the younger horses that day in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And if you had to pin me down, that might be my favorite race that I've ever had a chance to call because of that magnificent performance by that wonderful old gelding Whitmore.
That's great, and I know we're going to have to do some racing here, but my question is then, because in the thoroughbreds, the jockeys wear the owner's colors, so that's switching constantly. So let's get into that after this race, and you can tell me how you can remember all the different owner's colors, because it's unlike standardbreds, where as a driver, I wear my green and gray every time I'm on the track. So let's think about that.
I can answer that question very shortly. Judge, are we good here? You got your starters, Judge? Very good, thank you. Here in race 7, there's a late driver change. Number 3, Fox Valley Beacon, Cornelius Cavett is the driver. Number 3, Fox Valley Beacon, Cornelius Cavett. The trainer is also the driver. This race in memory of Doc and Faye Downey. Number 1, Bing Bing Bing, owned by Philip and Sherry Cotton of Fairfield, trained by Philip Cotton, Wyatt Avanetti in the bike. 2, Sour Grapes, owned by Julie Collins of Bullhead City, Arizona. Phil Knox trains and drives that unbeaten filly. 3, Fox Valley Beacon, owned by Chase Porter of DuQuoin. Cornelius Cavett, the trainer-driver. 4, Rockin' Diva, owned by Jermaine Spann of Ridgeland, Mississippi, trained by Jerry Blunt, the driver Richard Finn. And number 5, Carly Bay, the owner-trainer Jerry Mims out of Vardaman, Mississippi. Dane May is in the race bike. At the post, gates rolling, race 7. Lined up, ready to go. Horsemen, be ready at the barns with race 8. Pick a winner, players. A reminder, in race 8, scratch number 3, Vertical Speed. That's race 8, scratch number 3, Vertical Speed. Here they come, race 7, 3rd division of the Illini, 2-year-old filly pace. Bing, 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 off stride behind the gate. The rest are off and pacing. There goes Sour Grapes for the lead. There goes Carly Bay for the lead. So these two fillies will hook up in a duel down to the first turn, and it'll be Sour Grapes saving the ground along the inside lane to have the lead now by a length. Carly Bay will go second by a length and a half, and then Fox Valley Beacon third, and then a gap of 7 more lengths to Rockin' Diva in fourth by a length. Bing, 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 after making that break, is now moving up 1 position around the outside of Rockin' Diva, who just broke stride. She quickly got back on the pace, but she is now in last. Opening quarter mile in the books here in the Doc and Faye Downey Memorial Race. Sour Grapes got the opening quarter in 30 and 3/5. Sour Grapes your leader, 30 and 3/5 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Sour Grapes leads it by 5 lengths as they swing around that far turn. Carly Bay is racing in second by 3 lengths. Fox Valley Beacon in third. Bing 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 is fourth. Rockin' Diva is fifth as they approach the halfway point here in race 7. Sour Grapes, 3 starts, 3 wins coming into this program, and Phil Knox has her well in hand, headed back toward the east turn of the racetrack. 102 for the first half mile, 102. It is Sour Grapes who shows the way, leads it by a length and a half. Now, Carly Bay is right there behind her in second. Fox Valley Beacon takes to the outside from third position. Rockin' Diva moves back up into fourth, and then Bing 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 in fifth as they head up the back stretch. 8 lengths front to back. Sour Grapes is the leader. Sour Grapes leads it by 3.5 lengths, a quarter mile to go. Fox Valley Beacon is second by 3/4 of a length. Carly Bay is racing in third, then a gap of a dozen more to Rockin' Diva. 133 at the 3/4, 133 flat, and Bing 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 broke stride again and is the distant trailer. Sour Grapes leads Carly Bay by 5 lengths, 1/8 of a mile to go. They turn for home, and Fox Valley Beacon in third. It is Sour Grapes in front. Sour Grapes by 5, moves a lane toward the outside from left to right, but well in front of the field. Sour Grapes, 4 wins now in 4 starts, and she wins it by 3.5 lengths. Sour Grapes, your winner. It was Carly Bay second, Fox Valley Beacon third, Rockin' Diva fourth, and Bing 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 was fifth. 2:03, the time for the 1 mile distance, 2 minutes, 3 seconds, 2:03 flat. Sour Grapes. Horseman, you may come to the track with race 8. Tim?
Sorry, Kurt. In race 7, Lonnie Keith had Sour Grapes, gets a $5 off Twisted Catfish. Lonnie?
That one right there.
Got it, you've seen. There you go, bud. Thank you.
Tim, I'm just thinking I may be totally out to lunch on this, but if I remember correctly, wasn't Doc Downey a popular veterinarian in this area? And if I remember correctly, his career was such, the Associated Press, United Press, somebody picked it up and did a story, because I remember reading it when I was a kid, and it was fascinating, and it talked about the fact, I think he maybe started practicing around 1926. Does that sound right? Somewhere in that area. And the article talked about how he knew the clients he served so well that as the generations would go by, they would ask Doc about their ancestors. What do you remember about my grandpa? What do you remember about my great uncle? That kind of thing. So truly, I mean, a real Americana kind of career.
Yes, he was, Kurt. And Coach Downey here, who was my son's baseball coach here at Martinsville, actually lives in Doc Downey's house now. So we've kind of gone full circle. But this man here means a lot to me. He's a great guy. I actually remember Doc Downey somewhat when I was just out of high school. I'd always go up to buy veterinarian supplies from him. But that was only for a few years. But we'd sit in there and talk for a few minutes, and then I'd head on my way. So he was been around many, many years, yes.
Well, and knowing that history, it's especially neat to me that the winner of the Doc and Faye Downey Memorial Race is an unbeaten filly who's emerged as one of the best so far this year on the Illinois Fair Tour. And here she is right now. How about a hand for number 2, Sour Grapes? And there's that Doc and Faye Downey Memorial blanket, blue with white lettering and a white border. And there's Sour Grapes. Congratulations to owner Julie Collins of Bullhead City, Arizona. The winning 2-year-old filly is by Revenge Shark out of Fox Valley Tyra by Sportsmaster, bred by Fairmeadow Farm. Tim Wilson Jr. offering congratulations to Julie Collins and Phil Knox. And Phil is someone, talk about family. Phil grew up in a racing family. He grew up rubbing horses.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
33. The time for the mile, 2:03 flat. Reads down, 5:13.42. That brings us to race 8. A reminder, scratch number 3, vertical speed. Again, scratch number 3, vertical speed. A reminder about the driver changes. On number 1, Arnado, it'll be Freddie Patton Jr. Freddie Patton Jr. drives the 1, Arnado. And the driver of the 6, I understand, the driver is Cornelius Cavett. Cornelius Cavett drives the 6. I understand. All right, Tim, to wrap up, put a bow on that discussion earlier, as far as announcing thoroughbreds versus standardbreds, you make a great point here this evening. These harness drivers, these colors that they wear, those driving colors are registered to that particular driver. So like Mr. Lewis there in the blue, white, and gold, we know he's going to wear that same set of driving colors every time he drives in a race. And to your point, in the thoroughbred business, typically the silks are registered to the owner of the racehorse. Here's what I have found with that. In a way, it can make that aspect a little less challenging in the thoroughbred business, which might surprise you. Because sometimes the logic is, well, you have to memorize all these different sets of jockey silks because they're registered to each owner. Here's the thing. To me, it's maybe easier to get that ingrained in my mind instead of, and again, we'll use Mr. J.D. Lewis as an example. He's driving several races here tonight, and sometimes I'm looking at that same set of driving colors race after race after race after race, and I have to stop and remind myself, okay, which horse is this that Mr. Lewis is driving? So maybe in that regard, the fact that the silks are registered to the owner, even though there are a lot more different color schemes and patterns to memorize, maybe it helps in that one can identify that set of silks with that particular horse in that particular race.
Okay, I'm going to add to that question as soon as this goes by. So, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but so would you say you, and as an announcer, do you guys almost have photographic memories where you can look at a name and know instantly that Tim Wilson Jr. is driving such and such in this race, and that clicks with you? Or because how do you have time in between races? We're running them every 10 minutes to go, okay, J.D. Finn is driving Fox Valley Sampson in this race, but in next race he's driving, Ms. Nonstop Flight.
Boy, there's a blast from the past. I remember Ms. Nonstop Flight. I think that my answer to that, Tim, would be that when it comes to a photo, okay, you asked about photographic memory. Yes, that can certainly help. Not all announcers have it, because I've talked to some announcers who will say, look, I don't necessarily have photographic memory. I think what does help when one is calling a race, one is looking through the binoculars, and you might be looking at the horse in second place when you're talking about the horse in first. You almost have to be able to describe what you just looked at a second ago, because you need to keep your mind and your eyes moving through that field, and I think that maybe is a key as much as anything. Sometimes I find it difficult to explain, but if you can do that, if you go along and like in this next race, if Arnado is the leader, if you get that ingrained in your mind and you're saying that, but you're already looking at the horse in second, USS Ark, it gives you an advantage insofar as it kind of helps you stall for time as you're going through the field, because if you get to a spot where you draw blank or you can't identify a horse, you need a second or two to give yourself time to slow down and think. So I think it helps, in addition to, yes, certainly memorization, good eyesight, you need to have all that. But you, as somebody said to me one time, just because the horses are going 30 to 35 miles an hour doesn't mean you have to as the track announcer. You need to make sure you pace your delivery so you don't get backed into a corner. You want to talk about people that I think have the toughest job out there, all right? I get the benefit of all these different drivers' uniforms, you might say, all these different sets of driving colors. These men and women who do play-by-play for football or basketball, when you've got so many people, my perspective as a race announcer, you've got a lot of people out there wearing the same jersey at the same time. That would be overwhelming to me. And I think that the other thing is, with play-by-play announcers in sports like football and basketball, they have got to go, for the most part, where the ball goes. Right. And as a result, they can't back out of a swamp like I can. If I lose my train of thought, I might go back up to the front of the field, I might drop out to the back of the field. They can't do that. Wherever that ball is, that's typically where they're going to have to be making their call, which is one of the reasons that I have great respect for folks in the world of what I would call real play-by-play announcing.
And so when you said binoculars, you don't ever use a TV screen, huh?
The only time I use a television monitor is at the Thoroughbred track in Lexington, Kentucky, at Keeneland, because the track announcer booth is offset at such a drastic angle to either finish line. They've got two different finish lines, depends on the length of the race. Sometimes they finish in the short stretch, as they say, other times they finish further down the home stretch toward the first turn. The booth is in between those two. You are kind of in no man's land, so when they come down the stretch, that's the one time I will usually turn to a TV monitor. It's on a tabletop right behind me in the booth. I don't like doing it. I hate taking my eyes off the racetrack, but you almost have no choice but to do that if you want to have any hope of calling a close finish there.
That's very interesting, and I know, again, we're getting ready, but what about, do most thoroughbreds tracks have two different finish lines? Because we don't have that in standardbred racing at all. Is that a common thing?
I'm sorry, Tim, one more time.
Do most thoroughbred tracks have two finish lines? Because in harness racing, we never have that.
It is fairly rare, but now that you mention it, in addition to Keeneland, I believe Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas has that feature. Gulfstream Park in Hallandale Beach, Florida, down near Miami. So there are 3, maybe 4 thoroughbred tracks that I can think of off the top of my head. And it does present the biggest challenge for that, Tim. And I've had it happen. It's so embarrassing when the race is over and the announcer is still calling the race because he forgot they finished at the first finish line. I've had that happen, and there is no backing out of that swamp. You just have no choice but just to fess up. You called the wrong finish.
That would be a little different.
Right now, race number 8, starters are out. Race 8, scratch number 3, vertical speed. Number 3, vertical speed is scratched. We told you that Freddie Patton Jr. drives the 1 Arnado. Freddie Patton Jr. on the 1. Let's also announce a couple of other changes. On number 6, it will now be Wyatt Avenetti as programmed on number 6, I understand. And instead, Cornelius Cavett will drive the 7, Scrappy coming up. That is where we find Cornelius Cavett. At the post, gates rolling. Martinsville Agricultural Fair, the blanket sponsor. Number 1 is Arnado, owned by Amy Richardson of Benton, trained by Ray Hanna. Freddie Patton Jr. is up. 2 USS Ark, owned by Ernie Sork, Sean Nessa, and Nori Nessa of Fairfield, DuQuoin, and Fairfield, trained by Sean Nessa. Jared Finn will drive. 3 is scratched. 4 is Jody's Big Boy, owned by Jody Bennett of Atwater, Wayne Decker of Carlinville, trained by Roshan Trigg, J.D. Lewis, the driver. 5, Rock On Big Star, owned and trained by Jerry Blunt of Clinton, Mississippi, the driver, Richard Finn. 6, I understand, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. He's the trainer. Wyatt Avenetti is in the bike. And 7, Scrappy coming up, owned and trained by Leroy Hunt and co-owned by Milton Greer. They are both from Jackson, Tennessee. And again, that's where we find Cornelius Cavett as the driver. Here they come, race 8. 2-year-old Colt and Gelding pace in the Illini Stakes. There goes USS Ark right out for the early lead. Arnado comes away in second position. Rock On Big Star is away third, moves up on the outside, now starts to settle in along the inside lane, heading on to the back stretch. Up front, Jared Finn hoping for his third win of the night. He drives USS Ark and leads it by a length. Arnado is racing in second. Rock On Big Star travels in the third position. Then Scrappy coming up is in fourth. I Understand takes to the outside from fifth. And Jody's Big Boy last of the six, single file formation. 32-1 for the opening quarter, 32 1/5 seconds. Around that far turn for the first time here in race number 8. And the leader is USS Ark. USS Ark leads it by a length and a half. Arnado is racing in second, a length and a half. Rock On Big Star still there third. No one stepping out of line just yet. They all stay lined up nose to tail as they're halfway home here in the 8th race. You've got Scrappy coming up in fourth, I Understand fifth, and Jody's Big Boy sixth. And here comes Rock On Big Star moving up from third to second. 104 4 for the first half mile. 104 4/5. Back around the stable area turn they go, and it's side by side for the lead. Rock On Big Star is to the outside and is challenging USS Ark, who still has the lead by a head. Now they're stride for stride, midpoint of the backstretch. Arnado is third. Scrappy coming up is in fourth. I Understand sneaks up down toward the inside and goes from fifth to fourth and now challenges for a third. And then Jody's Big Boy, the trailer, onto the final turn. 135 3 at the three quarters, 135 3. The lead battle continues. USS Ark leads it by just a half length. Rock On Big Star is second by a length. I Understand has pace, but has run out of racetrack and is looking for more room in third. USS Ark the leader, and still I Understand right behind the leader in second. Rock On Big Star in third. How about Scrappy coming up? But too late. USS Ark hangs on by a diminishing head. USS Ark hangs on by a diminishing head to give Jared Finn his third win on the card. It's going to be close for second. Either I Understand or Scrappy coming up. That'll be the photo for the runner-up spot. But through it all, USS Ark hung on to win it. 206 3. 206 3/5 USS Ark.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Hey, Kurt, I just got a text from Jared's dad, J.D. Finn. He's watching on YouTube, so shout out to J.D. I'd say he's pretty happy right now.
Talk about a horseman that has had incredible success at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. J.D. Finn, great Midwest trot, great Midwest pace as a trainer and a driver. And it's good to have JD joining us via Harness Tube this evening. Again, just go to youtube.com, enter Harness Tube in the search field. Great to have Mr. Brink and Mr. Surratt visiting us from up at Mount Sterling. And how about Jared Finn? 3 wins tonight. How about a hand for number 2, USS Ark? There's the Martinsville Agricultural Fair blanket. Congratulations, Ernie Sork, Nori Nessa, and Sean Nessa. Fairfield and DuQuoin. Trainer Sean Nessa stands near the head of this horse in the red cap and the black shirt, takes the blanket, gives a pat on the back to Jared Finn. And there again, we think about the family involvement. Sean, we remember your father, John Nessa, and we know that you learned growing up from John all about this game, and it's good to see the Nessa family name in the program. Congratulations to the Nessas and to Mr. Sork. Well done.
Hey, not to mention, John was a U.S. Marine also, Kurt, just so we get that out there. And Sean been telling me he had a nice colt here. He was right. He wasn't kidding me.
You're right, Tim. John Nessa, Sean's father, family roots up in Iowa. And you're exactly right. The late John Nessa was a member of the U.S. Marine Corps, and John looked the part. I mean, he was about 6'3", and he could be intimidating. And to me, John was one of those guys, when I walked up to him, when he smiled and said hello, I heaved a sigh of relief because he could be an imposing guy. But you're right, he served his country in the U.S. Marine Corps, and we remember the late John Nessa. And again, great to see Sean and Nori, along with Mr. Sork, all here this evening. Judge, are we official? Thank you, Mr. Callahan. He says we are. From the top of the page, race 8, Arnado finished 5. USS Ark was the winner. Vertical Speed was scratched. Jody's Big Boy was 6. Rock On Big Star finished 4. I Understand finished 3. And Scrappy coming up was the runner-up. Got that second position by a nose on the wire. 32-1 at the quarter, 104-4 at the half, 135-3 at the 3 quarters, and the time for the mile, 2:06 3/5. It reads down 5-1 scratch, 6-4-3-2. Congratulations also to the winning breeders, Kyle and Amy Houston, that winning 2-year-old pacer, a gelded son of Hypnotic Blue Chip out of Move a Little Closer by Western Hanover. Brings us to race 9. A lot of great racing coming up. We've just reached the halfway point on the card. There are no changes in the 9th race. Tim, we've still got the Great Midwest Trot, the Great Midwest Pace. A lot of fun yet to come.
Yes, we do, Kurt, and I think we're going to see some nice miles in those Great Midwest Pace races. I really do. Hey, I have a $5 bill here for donated by Keith Denham. Now, I don't know how to ask this question, really, Kurt, so you may have to, maybe I should put you in charge of this. It's because it's for the oldest person. And the last thing I'm doing is asking any lady her age, okay? So if anybody wants to raise their hands here, I do have $5. I should just assume maybe it goes to Barney Calvert. I know he's getting up there. Barney, are you the oldest one here? Ann says yes, but I don't think that that's true. So we have somebody, let's start out like 80 years old. Please raise your hand if you want to. We do have 80. Do we have any more 80s?
Have an 80 back here.
An 80 there. Oh, we got several. Okay, how about 85? Still 85s. 88. Can anybody beat 88? We got over 88.
Yeah.
90?
95.
95? Can anybody beat 95? Nobody can beat 95? Okay, ma'am, I did not ask you your age, I promise you, but I will bring you your $5 bill. Kurt, that put me in a tough spot. I didn't like that.
But you handled it very well and very diplomatically. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race number 9. Also, horsemen, a reminder, once you're done racing, if you would return the saddle pad numbers with which you are finished, if you would return them to the area right outside the racing office so that they can be redistributed for our later races, we would appreciate it. While we have a moment to catch our breath, let's take care of a couple of housekeeping measures here. Let's review the remaining changes on the card since we've just reached the midway point. Again, no changes in race 9. No changes in the 9th race. Looking ahead to the 10th, a reminder in the 10th race, the driver of the 2 Jammin' High is Freddie Patton Jr. 10th race, number 2, Jammin' High. The driver is Freddie Patton Jr. 11th race, driver of the 1 Ashley's Nicky, Henry Daniels Jr. That's race 11, number 1 Ashley's Nicky, Henry Daniels Jr. Also a driver change on the 2 Sage on Stage, Freddie Patton Jr. Number 2 Sage on Stage, Freddie Patton Jr. The 12th race, no changes to report. Third race, driver of number, or 13th, I should say, number 3, Hijacks, Jerome Daniels will drive. 13th race, number 3, Hijacks, the driver, Jerome Daniels. Also a driver change on the 6, Luz Andiamo. That'll be Jamaica Patton. Number 6, Luz Andiamo, make the driver, Jamaica Patton. Race number 14. The 14th race, the driver of the 1, Senorita Mouse, Tom Simmons. 14th race, number 1, Senorita Mouse, make the driver, Tom Simmons. Driver change on number 5, Ashley's Lil Angel, Jamaica Patton. Once again, race number 14, the driver of number 5, Ashley's Lil Angel, Jamaica Patton. No changes in race number 15. There is a late change. Thank you, Judge. In race 15, please note the driver of the 4, Fox Valley Cayman, Mike Rogers. That is race 15, number 4, Fox Valley Cayman, the driver, Mike Rogers. The 16th race, scratch the 7, Sage's Revenge. That's the 16th race, scratch the 7, Sage's Revenge. The 17th race, no changes to report in race number 17, and no changes to report in race number 18. Right now, we're waiting for race 9. Horsemen, come to the track.
Hey, Kurt, this harness tube thing must be catching on because my phone's blowing up with people texting me. I just got from another friend that used to train here. His family trained here for many years. Eric Plowman just texted, said hi, and that you sound great. And his mom and dad, Wayne and Karen, trained here for many years. So talk about a family that had some nice horses also. Very nice.
Another family that had a rich connection to the Great Midwest Trot and Pace. Wayne Plowman trained and drove his share of winners. More in just a moment. Horses are on the track, headed to the gate, race 9. The Illini 3-year-old filly trot. Again, the Illini Stakes restricted to Illinois conceived and foaled performers. This is the Lowell Bennett Memorial. No changes in race 9. Number 1 is Cat Dimick, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, co-owned by trainer-driver Jill Brown of Charleston. 2 RNK's Little Miss Ann, owned and trained by Jacob Radel of Edgewood. Cornelius Cabot was scheduled. Jacob Radel is in the bike, though, so a late change here in race 9. Number 2, Jacob Radel is the driver. Number 3 is Frontier Cheryl, owned by Freddie Patton Jr. of Clinton, Mississippi, trained and driven by Cornelius Cavett. 4 is Bell Boots, owned by Tony Bell of Windsor, trained and driven by Matt Avenatti. Number 5 is Luling City, owned, trained and driven by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. And 6, Lou's Lexi Lou, owned by the Flacco Family Farms and co-owned by trainer Roshan Trigg, the driver, J.D. Lewis. RNK's Little Miss Ann broke stride before the start. Lou's Lexi Lou has broken stride before the start as well. Frontier Cheryl is far back off the gate, but the rest are off and trotting here in race 9. Kat Dimmick goes out for the early lead. Bell Boots gets away in the second position. And then Luling City comes away in third as they swing around the first turn, racing toward the quarter-mile mark. Kat Dimmick is on top and leads it by a half length as they head onto the backstretch toward the quarter. Bell Boots moves up on the outside and now challenges for the lead. In fact, Bell Boots will take the lead, and here comes Luling City off the pylons and moving up on the outside as they head up the backstretch toward the quarter-mile mark. So the lead's going to change hands again by the time they reach that west turn. Luling City on top. 32-3 for the opening quarter, 32 3/5 seconds. Luling City has the lead by 3 lengths. Bell Boots is second by 3. Kat Dimmick is third. Then you've got a distance of 25 to 30 lengths back to Lou's Lexi Lou in third. Frontier Cheryl's off stride. RNK's Little Miss Ann moves up 1 spot into 5th, and that means Frontier Cheryl is now last. Back up front, though, Luling City is halfway home with the lead in the Lowell Bennett Memorial, the Illini 3-year-old filly trot. First half mile, 103. First half mile in 103 flat. Back around the turn where the horsemen are watching closely, lined up along the outside fence. After 5/8 of a mile, Luling City is the leader and leads it by 1 length. Bell Boots is second by 1.5 lengths. Kat Dimmick third, and then a gap of over 30 more lengths back to Lou's Lexi Lou in 4th. A similar margin back to RNK's Little Miss Ann in 5th, and Frontier Cheryl is in 6th. Quarter mile to go. Luling City is the leader and leads it by 1 length. Bell Boots is second. Here comes Bell Boots now to the outside to challenge Luling City. 1:34.1 the time at the 3/4 mile mark, 1:34 and a 5th. Luling City to the inside, and Bell Boots draws right alongside. Gap of 5 lengths more. Kat Dimmick is third, but the lead battle side by side all the way into the stretch and coming to the wire. Bell Boots on the outside gets a narrow lead. Luling City tries to fight back, but Bell Boots has her measure. Bell Boots, Matt Avenatti to win it by almost a full length on the line. It was Luling City home second, 5 more lengths to Kat Dimmick in third. Lou's Lexi Lou will be 4th. RNK's Little Miss Ann will be 5th, and Frontier Cheryl will be home in the 6th position. 2:04 and 2/5, the time for the mile, 2:04 and 2/5 of a second. Horsemen come to the track with race number 10. Please, race number 10, come to the track.
Kurt, our 9th race pick a winner for a Willow Creek Nutty Bar is Billy Stevens. Billy? Oh, there, right up top. Thank you, Billy. Okay, guys.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Boy, I butchered him in the elimination, so I had to make up for it, let me tell you.
Did your dad critique your drive after the elimination at all? Did your dad critique that drive from the elimination, or did he know you knew you needed to do a better job?
I think he knew I did a real bad job.
And now Mark Kingery says he felt like you just drove natural that day. I think that's a compliment, maybe? Well, here's our winner.
It is?
Here's our winner in race 9. How about a hand for the winner of the Lowell Bennett Memorial? How about a hand for Bell Boots? This is a homebred for Tony Bell, the owner of Windsor. Tony, glad to see that Barry could take a break from the dirt late model stock car wars to be with us here tonight. He absolutely. He brought out the dirt late model up at Macon Speedway, and that's been fun. Barry Bell in the red colors with the black sash there. He has been racing up at Macon Speedway this spring and summer. Good to have him with us back on the harness racing side tonight. Matt Abinetti, the trainer-driver of Bell Boots, who was bred by Tony Bell in partnership with Freddie Patton Jr. This is a good filly. She is always, one of those fillies always gives a good account of herself and picks up her first win of 2023. Again, the time for the mile, 2:04 and 2, and by 14 plus seconds, that is a new lifetime record for that 3-year-old Lou's Legacy filly out of Honey in a Hurry by Cassis. Judge, are we official? Here we go. It is official from the top down. Kat Demick was 3rd. RNK's Little Miss Ann finished 5. Frontier Cheryl was 6. Bell Boots the winner. Luling City the runner-up. Lou's Lexi Lou finished 4. They got the quarter in 32 and 3, the half in 103 flat, 3/4 in 134 and 1/5, and the time for the mile, 2:04 and 2. Reach down, 3:56, 1:24. 10th race coming up. A reminder, the driver of number 2, Jammin' High, that will be Freddie Patton Jr. Number 2, Jammin' High, the driver will be Freddie Patton Jr. Tim, you talked about Lowell Bennett. I remember when Lowell worked as an investigator, a colt investigator for the Illinois Department of Agriculture, and I know that one thing I often heard from folks who had breeding farms around the state, they loved that time of year because you think sometimes about, oh, here comes an investigator from the state of Illinois. This could be nerve-wracking, paperwork involved, and everybody I talked to, they loved it when Lowell Bennett would come to their farm because he would take time to visit with them because he loved this game so much, and he got a kick out of seeing those newborn foals and making sure they were properly registered as Illinois breds with the IDOA.
He really did. He just wasn't working for the state. He was doing a job he loved, so that's what made it great for him and for the horse people that he was representing, registering their foals. So, yeah, he was getting paid to do a job he loved. And I can remember him always coming in, and if he saw a colt he really liked, him and Dad would be, he'd be talking about it with Dad, discussing, like, he had saw over a foal at your dad's farm or at Walker's or Lincoln Land or, any of those Nettle Creek farm back in the day that he really liked, Marsh Standard breds. And they love those guys. Those old guys love to talk horse, let me tell you. Kurt, I know you're a little bit of aware of this, but after the races, everyone, I get to stand up here and ask Kurt questions. He gets tired of mine. So after the races, down by the pork producer's tent in the one of the buildings there, Kurt's nice enough to stick around, and if anybody would like to ask him questions about Martinsville Fair, about harness racing, thoroughbred racing, NASCAR, Barrett Jackson Auto, you name it, he does it. But he would love to answer any of your questions down there after we get done racing. We're going to head down there if you just want to grab a Coke or a pork burger real quick. He's been kind enough to say he'll stick around and answer questions for you. So I'm looking forward to that. So if you come up with some questions for him, we'd sure appreciate it.
And Tim, just catching up on some text messages and such, received a message that Buddy Simpson turned 93 last Saturday. So yeah, and he's here watching from the stable area this evening. What a pleasure to have him here talking about folks that have served their country. The reason that Buddy has traditionally put the Battle Shoe name on his horses, the shoe part from his background as a farrier, a blacksmith, and the battle part because he served his country in Korea in the 1950s. So a military veteran and a horseshoer, hence the reason he puts battle shoe on the names of those horses.
That's awesome. I actually ran into, and I hadn't seen Buddy for several years. It was good to see him. So it was really nice to catch up with him and see him and Clay. I see Clay every once in a while at Hoosier or down at Oak Grove, but I hadn't seen Buddy for many years, so it was nice to see that he got out and came and joined us today.
Tim, let me also pass along a driver change in race number 12. In race number 12, there's a driver change on number 3, Slim's Final Filly. Let's do the easy part first. His first name is Bobby. That's the easy part. And Bobby and I have joked about this as a track announcer, trying to spell his name, his last name, and much less say it properly. The last name is Crivokapich. First name Bobby, last name spelled Crivokapich. Now, Steward Brad Dye, who worked the Chicago circuit for many years, I believe that Brad told me that the pronunciation is Krivokapich. Bobby Krivokapich. I used to say Krivokapich, but Brad Dye had said Krivokapich at Springfield when Bobby drove a few days ago. So, Bobby C. Let's go with Bobby C.
I was getting ready for somebody to yell bingo.
As the saying goes, if I were Bobby and I had that surname, once I learned how to spell my own last name, I would feel like I was a long way ahead of everybody else, at least on the spelling front, I'll tell you right now. And Bobby, Bobby's always good-natured about it. He always laughs, and he's very kind in the way he tolerates us teasing him about all those vowels and then all those consonants, and but we want to do him justice. So if nothing else, we can always, every time that he pops up on a program, if he's not originally listed, we will go to ustrotting.com and remind ourselves at the very least how to spell his name, because we want to do everything we can to get it right.
Absolutely. If he wins, though, I'm going to go with Bobby C, just so we're clear.
I'm with you. 100% I'm with you.
We want to let you know that you need to like or subscribe to Harness Tube. That is, like us on Facebook, subscribe to us, or follow us on YouTube. If you do that on YouTube at Harness Tube IL, you'll get notified when we're on the air. We're thankful for all of you watchers and listeners for the day, and glad that you could be on board with us. And so just looking at the next race here, we'll go back to the track announcers.
In the best interest of your horses, and part of that is a proper warm-up for those races later, so we 100% understand, and that's why, Tim, we're just waiting another minute or two before we go to the gate here for race 10.
Absolutely, and that's why we started when we did, so we could allow this, and it'll just be a second, but we definitely need to let them get loosened up.
Tim, one of the things that fascinates me about trainers and those caretakers, we talked about it earlier, these are not machines. Is it safe to say that horses each have their own individual personality, so to speak?
No doubt. You got some that really like you being around them. You've got some that don't want anything to do with you ever. You got some that just want you to feed them and then get away from them. It's absolutely. It's every horse is different. Kind of like Kingery. They're all different.
It's kind of like being married.
Our presiding judge has a habit of making comments sometimes that I think, Tim, you and I are better left not repeating on the microphone. Would you agree? He's got a great sense of humor.
Agree.
And right now, we are saved by the bell. Starters are out. I think the judge was just making the point that there's a lot of give and take with horses, and I think that the judge correctly observes it could be the same thing in a marriage. You better have some give and take. You better have some understanding. At the post, the gate is rolling for race 10, Illini 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. Number 1, Lose Interceptor, owned by Stacy DeRoos of Charleston, trained by Jill Brown, Chris Brown in the bike. 2, Jammin' High, owned by Ron Knupp of Anna, trained by Roshan Trigg, Freddie Patton Jr., the driver. 3, Shady Maple Isaac, owned by Missy Fisher of Albion, trained by Frank Fisher, and he will drive. Number 4, Party of 2, owned by Donald and Sherry Huddleston of Kincaid, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. Here they come, race number 10. Often trotting, and there goes Lose Interceptor out for the early lead from that inside starting spot as Jammin' High comes away in the second position. Shady Maple Isaac is third up on the outside, and Party of 2 content to trail here in the opening eighth of a mile as they race around that first turn and head off the east end of the course and onto the back stretch. Lose Interceptor is the early leader. Lose Interceptor leads by a length and a half up the back stretch. Jammin' High gets a good trip right there in second, drafting in behind the leader. Shady Maple Isaac is in third, and Party of 2 is in the fourth position past the quarter as they head on toward the west end of the course. 31-3 for the opening quarter, 31 3/5 seconds. Some clouds overhead, a few sprinkles falling here at the fairgrounds, but more importantly, let's talk about the horse off stride. Jammin' High just made a break. Jammin' High broke stride right at the 3/8 mile mark and now drops out to last. Lose Interceptor has led since the start, and now Shady Maple Isaac moves up into second. 3 lengths between the top 2 halfway home in race 10, followed by Party of 2 in third, and Jammin' High is fourth and last. 102-4 was the time for the first half mile, 102-4. Back around the east turn they go. Lose Interceptor has led from the word go. Looking for a first career victory, Lose Interceptor in front by 3.5 lengths, midpoint of the back straightaway. Into the headwind on the back stretch goes the leader. And here comes Shady Maple Isaac, closing ground with a rush, and Shady Maple Isaac moves up on the outside now to challenge for the lead. Less than a quarter mile to go. Party of 2 is within striking distance third, a length and a half off the new leader, Shady Maple Isaac. 134, the time at the 3/4, 134. They swing around the final turn here in race 10. Shady Maple Isaac, eighth of a mile to go, leads it by 4 lengths. Party of 2 goes second a length, Lose Interceptor third, and then the distant trailer Jammin' High. It is Shady Maple Isaac winning for the first time in 2023. Shady Maple Isaac, Frank Fisher in the purple and green colors to win it by just over 3 lengths. Party of 2 got second, and then another 14 lengths back to Lose Interceptor in third. 2 more lengths back of that one to Jammin' High in fourth position. Time for the mile, 2:05. Time for the mile, 2:05 flat. Shady Maple Isaac, your winner. Horseman, you may come to the track with race 11.
Race 10 pick a winner, Kurt, is Kaylee Hackney. She gets a sweet tea from Sweet Tea and Jesus. Kaylee? Okay, run, bud. Oh, hey, everybody, okay, watch yourselves. Here comes the horse. No. I didn't think they were coming out that fast. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
We're going to go down by the barn in case it starts.
Give her the heads up.
Jeez, okay.
Race number 10 in the books. And this race in memory of Susan Wolf Probst, who left us far too soon about a year ago. Was a resident here in Martinsville, was a staff member up at Eastern Illinois University, and loved coming to the harness races here at the fair. My understanding is 3 daughters currently enrolled as students up at EIU, and we remember Susan here this evening with this Illini 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. And the winner, Shady Maple Isaac, a horse that won 4 times a year ago and now gets back through to the winner's circle for the first time in 2023. The winning trotter, bred by Merle Miller, 3-year-old gelded son of Don't Cheat on Me Now out of Icy Rose by After 8. Frank Fisher, the trainer driver, Missy Fisher of Albion, Illinois, down in Edwards County, is the winning owner. There's Missy coming out to greet Frank. Dennis Gardner is down trackside as well at the head of this horse. And now the blanket presentation, blue blanket with white lettering and a white border. The Susan Wolf Probst Memorial Blanket being unfurled down trackside. And Tim, there is the winner, Shady Maple Isaac. And we welcome the members of Susan's family here this evening. We appreciate your being with us. And folks here in the judges' stand, we're just reminiscing about how much Susan always enjoyed racing at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. We remember her here tonight in race 10. Shady Maple Isaac is the winner, and the results are official for race number 10. Here's the full field rundown. From the top, Blues Interceptor was 3rd. Jammin' High finished 4th. Shady Maple Isaac, the winner. Party of 2, the runner-up. The quarter, 31-3. The half, 102-4. 3 quarters in 134. The time for the mile, 2:05 flat. Reached down 3:4:12. Horsemen come to the track, race 11. A reminder, the driver of the 1, Ashley's Nicky, is Henry Daniels Jr. Number 1, Ashley's Nicky, Henry Daniels Jr. And the 2, Sage on Stage, the driver, Freddie Patton Jr. Tim, we were talking about the fact that as we remember Susan, that she was a staff member up at Eastern Illinois University. And I know that aspect is something that resonates with a lot of folks, because we've had a lot of racing officials over the years. We've got several here tonight who earned their degrees from EIU and our proud Panthers, a great institution. And we trade stories and reminisce at a time like this. Yes, it's a bittersweet thing, and you and I have talked about it. We've had memorial races here for your father over the years. We've had memorial races on the fair circuit for my dad. And yet at the same time, the stories that are told and the things that will manage to bring a smile to the faces of folks, and that connection to EIU that Susan had, I know is something that resonates with a lot of folks here tonight.
It does, and I was just going to say the same thing. You know, last year at this time, she was, well, when we had the fair last year at this time, she unfortunately passed away just a couple days after the fair last year. And you know, she was a big member of this little community that we have here. So it's tough for everybody. I've known her daughters since I was the chief of police. They'd walk by me every day walking home to school, played basketball with her husband. You know, she's just a community like ours that's close together, that has a good person like that. It's tough for us to lose somebody like that. And I want to get choked up now. I'm not going, you know, but it's sad because we can't afford to lose people like that. You know, I just.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Support that come from your friends and neighbors, and Martinsville certainly exemplifies that.
Well, I certainly know Susan had some really good friends. There was a group of like 4 or 5 of them that you saw together everywhere they went. And the last time I saw her, we were sitting over by the pork producer's tent on Saturday night of the fair last year, and I went up to talk to my buddy Joey, and there she was just sitting with all of her girlfriends talking. We say hi. Never dreamed that that'd be the last time I got to speak to her, but you know, it's just amazing how quick life can go. But it's just she had, at least her daughters have her mom's friends that I guarantee are looking out for them. I know that.
Absolutely. Very well said. And race 11 on the way. Still races 11 through 18 yet to come here tonight. Still the Great Midwest Trot, the Great Midwest Pace. So good to have you with us, folks. Sit tight. Race 11 coming right up.
A 6-year-old male or female? He didn't say. Okay. Hey, Kurt, real quick here, something real important. We have a 6-year-old child down in the fair office, which again is the blue roof you can see right here, that is missing a parent. So if you would look around to your left or right and make sure you have, I do not know if it's a boy or a girl, but if you are missing a child by any chance, please get down to the fair office and get them. So anywhere in the backstretch, grandstands, please look for your child and go to the fair office if you are missing one.
Race 11 starters are out. Horses are on the track for the 11th of our 18 races here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. The Martinsville Chamber of Commerce, the blanket sponsor in this first division of the Illini 3-year-old filly pace. Let's meet the starters as they get ready to head to the gate. Number 1, Ashley's Nicky, owned by the Big Hank Farms of LLC of Jackson, Mississippi. That is a farm owned by Mr. Henry Daniels Jr., and he is the driver. Contrary to the program, Cornelius Cabot trains, but the driver is Henry Daniels Jr. Number 2, Sage on Stage, owned by Timothy DeMond Williams of Crystal Springs, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg. Contrary to the program, the driver, Freddie Patton Jr. Freddie Patton Jr. drives the 2. Number 3, Ashley's Amanda, owned by Wyatt Avenatti of Chrisman, Earl Avenatti of Clinton, Indiana, trained by David Avenatti, the driver, Wyatt Avenatti. 4 is Frontier Molly, owned by Jesse Judy of Potomac, owned by the Walk on Water Acres Limited Liability Corporation of Richard and Bethany Finn of Altamont, Illinois. The trainer driver is Richard Finn. Headed to the starting gate for race 11. At the post, and the gate is rolling. Race 11, first division of the Illini 3-year-old filly pace. More Illini Stakes, the Great Midwest Stakes, the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association races, all yet to come. Appreciate your sharing your Monday evening with us here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Here they come, race 11. Off and pacing they go. There goes Ashley's Amanda out for the early lead. Sage on Stage gets away in second. Ashley's Amanda clears with the lead, drops over along the inside lane to the racetrack, and is clear with the advantage by 3.5, 4 lengths now heading on to the back stretch. Ashley's Amanda is the leader. Sage on Stage will go second by 4, and then Frontier Molly third, and then a gap of 9 more lengths back to Ashley's Nicky, who's struggling to keep up early. But the top 3 line up nose to tail as they go on by that quarter-mile mark. On by the quarter, Ashley's Amanda is the leader. 30 1/5 for the opening quarter, 30 and 1/5 seconds. Ashley's Amanda leads by a length and a half. Sage on Stage is right behind her in second by 2 lengths. Frontier Molly is third, and then another 15 lengths back to Ashley's Nikki, who trails after 3/8 of a mile. Moving by the stands here in the home stretch, approaching the halfway point in race 11, the Martinsville Chamber of Commerce, Illini 3-year-old filly pace, and it is Ashley's Amanda who leads. Ashley's Amanda leads by a length. Sage on Stage second by 2. Frontier Molly is third. 1:02 was the time for the first half mile, 1:02, and then a gap of nearly 15 more lengths back to Ashley's Nikki as the field moves by the 5/8 mile mark and onto the backstretch once again. Ashley's Amanda, already a 3-time winner this season, leads only by a length. Sage on Stage, looking for a first victory this year, is second, and then a gap of 4 more lengths. Frontier Molly, also looking for a first win of the season. Ashley's Nikki, the distant trailer, making her season's debut. 1:32.2 the time at the 3/4, 1:32.2. Ashley's Amanda opening up with every stride around the final turn to the top of the home stretch here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Ashley's Amanda and Wyatt Avenatti in the white, blue, and red colors, 10 lengths to the good and deep stretch. Ashley's Amanda, win number 4 on the season. Wyatt Avenatti gets his second win on the card. It was Ashley's Amanda winning it by 15 lengths. Sage on Stage was second by a length. Frontier Molly was third, and then over 20 more lengths back. Ashley's Nikki across the line in fourth. Time for the mile, 2:01 flat. Time for the mile, 2:01 flat. Last quarter in 28 3/5 seconds. Tim?
Nice mile, Kurt. My pick a winner for race 11 is Lynn Good. Top row.
Oh, that's my dad's classmate.
Oh, nice.
No,
Oh.
that is not our dad's classmate.
Oops.
No. Yes.
I gotta. And Lynn, you are going to win if I can find it. Here you go. This is for Lynn.
Okay, and
$5 off the Saki Bobby. And then after the picture, Kurt, I have $5 sponsored by Keith Denham again for the youngest person here. So be thinking, Barney Calvert, you are not the youngest. Put your hand down. Quit cheating. Okay? So if you start thinking about it, we got to have some like newborns here. Oh, I see some up there. How old? 3 months. Can anybody younger than 3 months? Anybody act younger than 3 months? Coach Bennett. Okay, I see you. Okay, I think 3 months wins it.
I'll give it to him.
Okay. Oh, okay, good. Okay, bud, you got. Hang on just a second, okay? You guys, hop down here.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
On the card for those connections. This winning filly, Ashley's Amanda, a 3-year-old filly by the late Ashley's Big Guy out of Obsession by Liz Mara, bred by Willis Ham and the Ham Family Trust of Callio, Missouri. There's the Martinsville Chamber of Commerce blanket. We appreciate their support of racing here at the fair and that all they do for the economic growth of the area. Good to have the Martinsville Chamber of Commerce among our family of sponsors. 2 wins tonight for Team Avenatti. Congratulations. Judge, are we official? Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Here's the full field rundown for race 11. Ashley's Nikki finished 4. Sage on Stage, the runner-up. Ashley's Amanda was the winner, and Frontier Molly was third. They got the opening quarter in 30 1/5. They got the first half mile in 1:02, 3/4, 1:32 and 2/5, and the time for the mile, 2:01 flat. Reads down, 4:2:13. 12th race is coming up here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Again, good to have you with us here this evening. A reminder about the driver change on number 3. Keep in mind, Bobby Kravopkovich is the driver. That is number 3, Slim's Final Filly. And the driver is Bobby Kravopkovich, Kravokapich. Bobby Kravopkovich will drive number 3, Slim's Final Filly. Let's check back in with Tim Wilson Jr.
That was our guy, Bobby C., right, Kurt? Coming up in a couple races, I'm going to have Barrett Von Barren talk about what we've got going on here, Kurt. It's going to be pretty exciting. Also, I have some extra prizes that we will give away after the next race for as many military veterans as I can, as I have prizes for. I hope I have enough for all of you. But after the next race, if you'll raise your hands, I'll be glad to come give you a little something here. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here today. So we owe everything to you, really. I don't know about you, Kurt, but I didn't speak German very good in high school.
Tim, I took 2 semesters in college at Southern Illinois University. And what I learned, I thought this is going to be great. I'm going to go home. My hometown over at Altamont was settled by German immigrants, including my ancestors. And my paternal grandparents were still living at the time. And I thought I'm going to be able to go home and talk to them in German. Well, what I found out from my grandfather, there is a dialect called Low German. High German is kind of the more grammatically correct textbook form of German. My grandfather taught me that he and our ancestors, most of them spoke a dialect known as Low German. So I could kind of communicate with my late grandfather for a little bit there. At least there were a few words that were the same in both High German and Low German. So point is, don't feel badly.
That's pretty impressive, though. I'm proud of that. That is impressive. Hey, I think we're going to get lucky with this rain.
One quick note, David Brink, who is here with the harness tube gang this evening, he has just sent a text and he said he too is familiar with the concept of Low German, that particular dialect, and he absolutely is right. He says it's properly called Platzdeutsch, and his grandmother spoke it as a kid. And now that David points that out, there are still people in our community over in Effingham County that can speak Platzdeutsch. So, David, appreciate the proper terminology for Low German. Tim, back to you.
I was just checking in. I guess, Kurt, our race is going over the internet is a big hit here. I've been told the ladies in the office this year, actually for the first time, Sherry Rep is getting to watch races, and she was a big part of this program. So I think we've kind of come on to something here.
I don't think there's any doubt. And again, our thanks both to Mr. Surratt and Mr. Brink for that's a long drive. That's got to be a long drive from Mount Sterling. and we're glad they made the drive. Again, all you have to do is go to youtube.com and in the search field enter Harness Tube, all one word, and that'll take you right to their channel. And Tim, you bring up a great point. You mentioned Sherry Rep, and for many, many years, she has been the administrator that oversees all of the nominations to the Great Midwest Trot and Pace. Leanne Shin, working here in the judges' stand, does the same role for the Downstate Classic. And every year, those of us who help get sale catalogs ready, it's a big deal to have stakes engagements in the catalog. When these horsemen go to the sale, they look at the bottom of the page. They want to know, well, as they'll say, what's this horse eligible to? So earlier today, I sent an email to Sherry and to Leanne, and I said, I know you've got nothing else going on today. Can you send me an updated list of yearling nominations? And they are both incredibly kind and patient, and they do incredible work because they oversee all of that, whether it's Sherry with the Great Midwest or Leanne with the Downstate Classic. That's the only way the rest of us know who is eligible and paid into those particular races.
Yes, and I'm sure that big salary they get really makes it worthwhile, Kurt. So we know they're just volunteering their time so that we can all enjoy these races and the horsemen can enter in them. So thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Sherry. We do appreciate it. I know we don't say it enough, but without you two ladies, we would be in a real bind.
No question about it, and you're exactly right. We appreciate them both and all of that hard work that they do. Race number 12, starters are out. Race number 12, second division of the Illini, 3-year-old filly Pace. And then the Great Midwest Stakes are on deck, getting ready for those annual features of this race meet. Race 12, brought to you by Cole Insurance, Nathan Bennett, agent, second division, sophomore pacing fillies, Illinois breds. Number 1 is Runaway Delight, owned by Kelly Bell of Windsor, Matt Avenatti of Crispin, trained and driven by Matt Avenatti. 2, Major Rosita, owned by Carla Santos of Springfield, trained by Dossie Minor. Cornelius Cavett is up. Number 3 is Slim's Final Filly, owned by Jesse Judy of Potomac, Walk on Water Acres LLC of Richard and Bethany Finn of Altamont, trained by Richard Finn. Bobby Kravatkovich is the driver. At number 4, Bappa's Last Call, owned by Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, co-owned by the trainer, that is Kevin Miller. From up at Arthur, the driver is Wyatt Avenatti. Headed to the starting gate for race number 12, getting ready to go here in the 12th of our 18 races. At the post, gate is rolling. The racetrack is hot, getting ready to go here in race 12. The starting gate is swinging off the far turn, top of the stretch, coming down for the start at about 30 miles per hour. Here they come, race 12. Off and pacing they go. Major Rosita grabs the racetrack, goes right out for the lead. Bappa's Last Call is there in second. Now quickly angles down toward the inside lane to drop in right behind the leader, racing toward the quarter-mile mark. So Major Rosita will lead by 2 lengths. Bappa's Last Call, second by 2. Runaway Delight is third by 2.5. And Slim's Final Filly, last of the 4, but she's right there as they head off the first turn up the backstretch toward the quarter-mile mark. Major Rosita, fresh off a win at the Illinois State Fairgrounds just last Thursday, has the lead here as they move on by the quarter-mile mark, leads it by a leg. 31-3 for the opening quarter, 31 3/5 seconds. There's Runaway Delight. Now she comes to the outside from third, now up to challenge for second. So Major Rosita leads after 3/8 of a mile. The lead is 2 lengths. Runaway Delight is second by a neck, just to the outside of Bappa's Last Call in third, and a gap of 4 more lengths back to Slim's Final Filly, who is the trailer. Coming down to the halfway point It is Major Rosita leading for Cornelius Cabot, but here's Matt Avenatti with Runaway Delight. Half length separates the top two. Runaway Delight moves up on the outside. 103-2 for the first half mile. 103-2. Major Rosita leads back around the east turn. Once again headed toward the backstretch. The lead is just a neck, and Runaway Delight is right alongside. Then a gap of a length and a half to Bappa's Last Call. 3 more lengths then back to Slim's Final Filly, who is last. Up the backstretch they go, headed toward the 3/4. It is still side by side for the lead. Runaway Delight to the outside, Major Rosita along the inside lane, and they're still matching strides all the way over to the final turn. 1:34 at the 3/4, 1 minute 34 seconds flat. Bappa's Last Call is just 2 lengths off that pair in third, gap of 10 back to Slim's Final Filly. 1/8 of a mile to go. Who's it going to be? Major Rosita off the far turn, saved the ground along the inside lane, has the lead by a length. Runaway Delight now has to set sail again. Here she comes with a final try, but here comes the wire, and Major Rosita's going to take it. Major Rosita draws off in the final strides to win it by just over 3 lengths. Major Rosita wins race 12, the Cole Insurance Nathan Bennett agent race for 3-year-old pacing fillies, after putting away the challenge from Runaway Delight and then followed across the line by Bappa's Last Call and Slim's Final Filly. The time for the mile, 2:03 flat, 2:03 flat. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen, come to the track. It's time for the Great Midwest Trot. Let's check in with Tim Wilson Jr.
Kirk, race 12, pick a winner, gets Rogers French fries, Jan Dar. I see somebody pointing. Yes. You guys see Jan right there? You see them all waving? Okay. Okay. Would you show him where that's at, bud? Kurt, how about a hand for these guys in the pick-a-winner? These guys running around like crazy for us so everybody can get their pick-a-winner in. And we really appreciate it, guys.
Nice round of applause for those young folks. Well done.
Well, I couldn't put you two to work, could I?
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
But in the process, we'll pick up the Cole
Midwest
Insurance
Harness
Nathan
Report
Bennett
has been a
agent
strong
blanket,
advocate
which is
and
about to be
comprehensive
presented down
source for
trackside. The
harness
owner,
racing
Carlos
in the
Santos of
Midwest
Springfield,
and
Illinois.
beyond for
The
over
trainer
40
is
years.
Dossie Miner,
With
and
owner-editor
the driver,
Tim Conkle leading
Cornelius
the way,
Cabot.
Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information,
And of course, Tim Wilson Jr., we heard that announcement about a Mississippi driver's license. We have had a lot of folks in the last 25 years from the Deep South who have come to Illinois to invest in Illinois racing, and who in some cases have actually relocated to make their homes in Illinois. Mr. Cornelius Cabot, congratulations, sir, with the winning drive here in race number 12. Major Rosita is the winner, a 3-year-old filly by Major Bombay out of Arabelle Star, bred by Laureen Kruger, who makes her home in Wisconsin. But again, that winning filly, Illinois bred. Judge, are we official? Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Here's the full field rundown for race number 12. Runaway Delight, the runner-up. Major Rosita, the winner. Slim's Final Filly was 4, and Bappa's Last Call finished 3. The quarter, 31 3/5 seconds. The half, 103-2. 3/4, 134. The time for the mile, 2:03 flat. It reads down 2:143. Race number 13, it's time for the Great Midwest Trot for a purse of $8,000. Casey State Bank, once again this year, the presenting sponsor for the Great Midwest, as they have been for several years now. A reminder, the driver of number 3, High Jacks, is Jerome Daniels. Jerome Daniels drives number 3, and Luz Andiamo, number 6, will be driven by Jamaica Patton. Number 6, Luz Andiamo, the driver is Jamaica Patton. Tim, a note of congratulations to the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. We got to looking through the record books. This marks the 70th anniversary of the first time Martinsville ever hosted these Great Midwest races. You go all the way back to 1953. That was the first year that these races were held at this fair. Those races began in Chicago in 1950. They raced at the old Aurora Downs, which is now gone. Then they raced for a year at Maywood Park, which regrettably no longer races. But you know what is still going and who is still going? The Martinsville Agricultural Fair. And that kind of puts into context, that is a significant achievement to have managed those races for the course of 70 years, and they remain among the crown jewels of the Illinois Fair circuit. So to everybody with the Martinsville Agricultural Fair, well done with the Great Midwest, 70 years strong.
I want to take a moment to thank our donors out there that keep this on the air and keep this free to Harness Tube. List of great donors out there. Again, we want to thank the Martinsville Fair for inviting us down and being a supporter of Harness Tube. If you'd like to do so, you can do that by going to Venmo at Harness Tube. That's Venmo at Harness Tube or PayPal at Harness Tube, and you can donate to our broadcast. That keeps it free to people to watch and to take part of. And we're already making plans for 2024, so if your fair is not on the list this year and you would like to be on the list, contact David Brink at harnesstube@gmail.com. That's harnesstube@gmail.com. Give David Brink a shout, and he'll talk to you about what we've got going on. And so as we get ready to go to race 13 today, we're ready to go on this broadcast. I'll take you back to the track announcers.
Also, Tim just got a text message from Scott Nance, who is watching the races via Harness Tube this evening. Of course, Scott is a horseman himself, has been an owner and a trainer of racehorses, has raced some top stakes horses in Illinois, and he said he's enjoying the races, and he wanted me to be sure to pass along his regards to you and the whole gang here at Martinsville.
Hi, Scott. Good to hear from you. We're glad you're out there enjoying it, and we hope we're putting on a decent show for you. And while we're saying hi to everybody else, I got a text from my little brother, Carter, who is also watching. So, CW, how you doing, bud? I wish you were here with us, so enjoy the races.
Tim, we have gone through the record books for the Great Midwest, and what we have done, we have drawn a distinction between the all-time leaders from the two-heat format as compared to the leaders since this went to one dash and a divisional format. It's not really fair to compare stats from those two different eras. So now that we are well into the one-dash only era. It was 2007 when the Great Midwest officially went to one-dash only, and when you have an overflow number of entries like we do for the pace, it splits into a pair of divisions. So in the trot, here in the Casey State Bank Great Midwest Trot, we have the leaders in practically every division represented in this race coming up here in race 13. For example, the Flacco Family Farms, they own an interest in the 2 Luz Rona, and they also own an interest in the 6 Luz Andiamo, and they bred both of those performers. Well, in the modern era, Flacco Family Farms leads all owners and all breeders with 3 wins in each category. Mr. Roshan Trigg, the trainer of number 1, You Ain't No Fool, as well as the 6, Luz Andiamo, he leads all trainers in the modern era with 4 Great Midwest Trot victories. And Jamaica Patton, who drives number 6, Luz Andiamo, he leads all drivers. Again, this is for the modern era since 2007, when we've gone to one dash and a divisional format. 3 wins for Jamaica Patton to lead all drivers in this era. Judge, you have your field. He nods his head and he says, we are ready. Horses are on the track. Race 13, the Casey State Bank Great Midwest Trot for a purse of $8,000. A reminder, Jerome Daniels drives the 3 Hijacks, and Jamaica Patton drives the 6 Luz Andiamo. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, You Ain't No Fool, owned by LaQuinton Shavers of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, J.D. Lewis in the bike. 2, Luz Rona, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, LLC of Alexis of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, Rick and Tabby Flacco, owned also by Dr. Stephen Rennard of Hamilton, trained and driven by Jill Brown. 3, Hijacks, owned by Adele Jeffers Everett of Flat Rock, trained by Cornelius Cabot. The driver is Jerome Daniels. 4 is LJ's Lucky Lad, owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner and Lacey Finn of Effingham, trained by J.D. Finn and driven by his son Jared. 5 is Crazy Awesome. This is the only horse in this lineup that is not Illinois bred. He is a New York sired horse owned by Lonnie Keith of Palestine, Illinois, trained and driven by Cornelius Cabot. And number 6, Luz Andiamo, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, co-owned by trainer Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi. Contrary to the program, the driver is Jamaica Patton. At the post, gates rolling. We talked earlier about John David Finn, the trainer of the 4. JD led all trainers. He had more wins than anybody under the 2-heat format of the Great Midwest. So much history and so much of it represented by horsemen competing here tonight, right now. Brought to you by the Casey State Bank. Here we go. It's time for the Great Midwest Trot. Off and trotting they go, and there goes Luz Rona out for the early lead. You Ain't No Fool gets away in second, and Luz Andiamo comes out racing in third. LJ's Lucky Lad is away fourth, but is off stride. And then Crazy Awesome, who now moves up from fifth into fourth, and Hijacks with several lengths off the gate and is the trailer, about 15 to 17 lengths off the lead. Here comes Luz Andiamo. Jamaica Patton is on the move just before the quarter-mile mark. Into the headwind he goes, driving toward the top. Luz Andiamo at the quarter, outside lane, up to take the lead, 3/4 of a length. Luz Rona second by 2.5 lengths. You Ain't No Fool is third. 32-4, the time for the opening quarter. And then Crazy Awesome, the New York bred, is racing in fourth. A gap of 25 more lengths back to Hijacks in fifth, and LJ's Lucky Lad is in sixth. After 3/8 of a mile, Luz Andiamo, Jamaica Patton showing the way here in the Great Midwest Trot presented by Casey State Bank. What a tradition. Halfway home in race 13. Luz Andiamo leads a length and a half. Here comes Crazy Awesome, trotting up on the outside, challenging Luz Rona for second. You Ain't No Fool is fourth. 103-1 for the first half mile. 103-1. A gap of 25 more lengths back to Hijacks, who's next to last. LJ's Lucky Lad is off stride at the back. They head off the turn and onto the backstretch into the wind once again, and it is Luz Andiamo the leader, but only by 3/4 of a length. Crazy Awesome is right alongside of Luz Andiamo, and they're matching strides at the 3/4. It is Luz Rona, who's third, 3 lengths off the lead now. A gap of 3.5 back to You Ain't No Fool in fourth. 134 and 3/5 at the 3/4. 134 and 3. Luz Andiamo saves the ground along the inside lane around the far turn. 1/8 of a mile to go in the Great Midwest Trot. Luz Andiamo leads it by 1.5 lengths. Luz Rona is coming up the inside, and then Crazy Awesome on the outside. Luz Andiamo leads it 1.5 lengths. Jamaica Patton sitting chilly in the race bike. He knows he's the best. Luz Andiamo has won the Great Midwest Trot presented by Casey State Bank. Won it by 1.5 lengths. Luz Rona was home in second position. Crazy Awesome was third. You Ain't No Fool was fourth. And then a gap of over 25 more lengths back to Hijacks in fifth. LJ's Lucky Lad was sixth. 2:04 and 4/5 of a second. 2:04 and 4. Luz Andiamo, your Great Midwest Trot winner.
Okay. You want this back? Just a second. Race 13 pickle winner goes to Jilly Reynolds. We got you, hon. Thank you. You get a $5 off Twisted Catfish. Okay, you want to take that to her? You can take that both to her, okay?
Information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Own a little and love it a lot.
Andiamo Italian for Let's Go. There's the Casey State Bank Great Midwest Trot blanket, red with white lettering and a white border. And there also are royalty presenting the clock that goes to the winner, a dial-faced clock. Thank you, ladies, for your help. Mr. Trigg, 5 wins now in the Great Midwest Trot to lead all trainers in the modern era as he accepts the clock trophy. Mr. Patton, 4 wins now to lead all drivers in the modern era of the Great Midwest Trot. And the Flacco family Farms, 4 wins as both owner and breeder to lead all owners and breeders in the modern era of this historic race. Congratulations, one and all. Luz Andiamo, a 3-year-old gelded son of Luz Legacy, bred by the Flacco family farms and owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, and Rick and Tabby Flacco, and co-owned by trainer Roshan Trigg. We talked about the influence of the horsemen from Mississippi, who for the last 25 years have been investing in Illinois racing, and there's a great example. Mr. Trigg and Mr. Patton, both with roots in Mississippi, but spend a lot of their time in Illinois. Jamaica now makes his home in Illinois, and they are among the all-time leaders in this Great Midwest Trot. Thanks again to Casey State Bank. Rundown is official, and here we go. Thank you, Judge. From the top, You Ain't No Fool finished 4. Luz Rona, the runner-up. Hijacks finished 5. LJ's Lucky Lad 6. Crazy Awesome 3. Luz Andiamo, the winner. 32 and 4 at the quarter, 103 and 1 at the half, 3/4, 134 and 3, the mile 204 and 2/5. It reached down 425, 631. 14th race coming up, the filly division of the Great Midwest Pace. The driver of the 1, Senorita Mouse, is Tom Simmons. Tom Simmons drives the 1. And the driver of the 5, Ashley's Little Angel, is Jamaica Patton. Tim, as we throw it back to you, one quick note regarding the runner-up in the Great Midwest Trot, Jill Brown. We had a question. Someone had asked, has a female driver ever won the Great Midwest Trot? You might remember about 20 years ago, Anna Ruman, Dr. Anna Ruman, a veterinarian who at the time made her home over near Hillsboro. She came here with a trotting mare named Mama Mac and won a heat. That was the old 2-heat format, and won a heat of the Great Midwest Trot. But let's give Jill Brown credit for a nice runner-up finish there. And nice to see that aspect of the Great Midwest being enhanced, the female competitors, and Jill Brown doing a very nice job with that runner-up. Now, let's go to Tim Wilson Jr.
Absolutely, Kurt. Hey, and right now I'm going to take a moment here. My good friend Barrett is going to talk about what we're planning on doing with the grandstand. So I'm going to turn it over to him, and he can fill you in with a lot more information than I can.
All right, I'm going to wait on Tim to pass here, and then we'll get started. Hey, good afternoon, evening, everybody. As Tim said, my name is Barrett Von Barron with the Fair Board, treasurer of the group. Excited to be here again for the fair, the 77th annual. So you guys maybe saw some flyers posted around the grandstands, but major announcement here this evening for everybody. I hope you've looked over the grounds over the last few years and you've saw some improvements that have been made, whether it's the bathrooms, some new tin on the buildings, the secretary's office, but that commitment that we have to here in Martinsville. But it's time to turn our attention to one of the greatest assets we have, one of the most historic buildings we have here on the grandstands, and it's the grandstands here. So we want to focus our attention on that. So a little history for you before I go into what we're going to do. But late 1800s, 1900s, where you're sitting today, we had seats there, but we had a tent over the top. So on a day like today, it wasn't uncommon, the tent would blow over on the spectators and they'd have to push it back up. So 1900s, and then along came a tornado in 1912, totally leveled the grandstands. So leveled that. Fast forward then to 1946, and where you're sitting today was built. And that was just the seats. That's not anything else. So where you're sitting in 1946 was constructed. And then in 1949 is when the roof was put on top. So we have an asset that has been out here exposed to the weather for several years as the weather's rolling in. I'll make it quick here, but we need your guys' help. I know we've asked a lot of you guys. There are flyers posted. We'll have a display later this week. We're going to totally gut this grandstand in September. We're going to rip out every piece of wood in there. We're going to rip out all the concrete, so we need your guys' support. So what I ask of you is go to our Facebook page, go to our website, and get more information from us. And I'll shut up on that one.
That was what bad time. That was not good time.
Thank you.
Okay. And I just talked about, if you got your tent back, I'll be over here.
What do you need?
Point that side down over there, please. Yes.
Those seats will get the picture with the red one taken, correct?
Yes.
And then we'll find this lowest.
Yes. And give them that black one. Good idea. And we'll just tell them the first heat winner, hey, we'll bring you.
So some rain showers hitting the fairgrounds as we move into the latter portions of the card and get ready for the filly division of the Great Midwest Pace. Horses have been coming onto the track. Judge has been checking around the racetrack. He's been in two-way communication by two-way radio with our starters, Mitch and Mike Titus. And what a judge will do in a case like this, just as a precaution, just some brief showers that passed over the fairgrounds. But Tim, you know from your experience as a horseman, as a precaution, the judge will usually radio over to the starter, just say, hey, talk to the horseman, take a look, give us your assessment of the racing surface, and as soon as the starter radios back, and assuming everybody says, look, we're good, we'll head to the gate here shortly, assuming we get the all clear.
Kurt, there was a 0% chance of rain. I want to be a weatherman. Not that we don't need the rain. I'm glad we're getting it. It could have waited an hour. I know the farmers were real glad, but, you know, gee whiz, when there's a 0% chance and, hey, those expensive seats, the box seats, they emptied out in a hurry, Kurt.
And the starters are out. A note of thanks to horseman Alan Finn as he was on the track to finish warming up a horse, and he was kind enough. He realized we've had some rain moving into the area. We've got the fillies on the track for race number 14 in the Great Midwest Pace. So Alan kind enough to take his horse back to the barn that we might move forward here with race 14. So thank you, Alan. Race 14, the Great Midwest Pace Filly Division, brought to you by the Casey State Bank. Number 1 is Senorita Mouse, owned by Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained and also driven by Tom Simmons. 2, Incredible Lorraine, owned by 3's A Crowd Stable of Cantrell of Jody Peacock, Allison McGrew, and Norm Thompson, trained and driven by Rick Schrock. Number 3, Philly's Revenge, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta, trained by John Fletcher. The driver is Mike Rogers. Herzog of Beecher City, trained by Freddie Jr., Cornelius Cabot in the bike. And number 5, Ashley's Little Angel, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, co-owned by trainer Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi. As they head to the starting gate, Jamaica Patton is the driver. We are ready to go. The track is hot. We are ready for race number 14, the Filly Division of the Great Midwest. The stakes record is 1 minute 57 and 2/5 seconds. Bee Gees Muggsy and trainer-driver J.D. Finn, dating all the way back to 1997. In case you're curious, even though we've wrapped up the trot, the stakes record for the trot is 159 and 1. Brooklyn Jet and trainer-driver Emmett Lyles back in 1986. So some long-standing stakes records. Right now, here they come for race 14. They are off and pacing, and there goes Philly's Revenge. Philly's Revenge, winner of the Downstate Classic at Decatur's a few weeks ago. That Illinois-bred filly goes right out for the lead. Senorita Mouse gets away in the second position. Incredible Lorraine goes in third. Delicate Thoughts is fourth down toward the inside as they swing around the turn, racing toward the backstretch. Ashley's Little Angel is last of the 5. They are headed toward the quarter-mile mark, and Philly's Revenge is the leader only by a length. Senorita Mouse is second by a length as they race on by the quarter. Incredible Lorraine is racing third along the inside lane, 30 and 4/5 for the opening quarter, 30 and 4. Ashley's Little Angel moves up in fourth on the outside. Those front 4 all are Illinois bred. The Canadian bred Delicate Thoughts is last, but right there with the rest after 3/8 of a mile. Philly's Revenge shows the way and leads it for Mike Rogers. He checks over his shoulder and sees he's got a 2-length margin on Senorita Mouse, who is second. Here comes Ashley's Little Angel, moving up third around the outside of Incredible Lorraine, and then Delicate Thoughts. 1:02, the time for the first half mile, 1:02. Philly's Revenge leads by a length and a half. It is side by side for the second position. Senorita Mouse to the inside, Ashley's Little Angel to the outside, and then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Incredible Lorraine, who is in fourth, and Delicate Thoughts is last of the 5, just over a quarter mile to go in the Distaff Division of the Great Midwest Pace, presented by Casey State Bank. Philly's Revenge leads it by 3 lengths onto the final turn. 131 and 3 at the 3 quarters, 131 and 3. The rain subsides, the sun streaming through the clouds over on the far turn, and Philly's Revenge is striding away. Philly's Revenge, a widening 8-length lead. The battle is all for second. It is Philly's Revenge. Mike Rogers and the race bike, owned by Nan Turner, trained by John Fletcher. Philly's Revenge winning the Distaff Division of the Great Midwest Pace for Mike Rogers. Senorita Mouse was second. Incredible Lorraine came up the inside to grab third by a head on the line over Ashley's Little Angel in fourth, and Delicate Thoughts was fifth. 2:01 and 1/5. The time for the mile, 2:01 and a fifth. Philly's Revenge has won, and this makes 2 victories in the Great Midwest Pace in the last 3 years for owner and breeder Nan Turner and trainer John Fletcher. You might recall they won this race in 2021 with a pacer named Drivin' Me Crazy, who was driven by Wyatt Avenetti. This evening, Mike Rogers, the driver of record for Phillies Revenge, in the race bike, and we'll meet the winner in just a moment.
Race 14 pickle winner, Karen Young, gets a nutty bar from the Willow Creek Nutty Bar stand. Back row, thank you.
There's the fist bump from trainer John Fletcher to driver Mike Rogers. There's the Great Midwest Pace Casey State Bank blanket, red with white lettering and a white border for this Philly division. There are our royalty down trackside. And now the pictures being taken here at the start-finish line. The winning filly, a 3-year-old by Revenge Shark, out of Incredible Filly by Sagebrush. And of course, Incredible Filly, the dam of this filly, raced with great success for owner Nan Turner and trainer John Fletcher. 2 wins in 3 years for that owner, breeder, and trainer. Mike Rogers, the winning driver. Congratulations, one and all.
There has been another wallet. It is brown with pictures in it. Please come to the Secretary's office to claim.
Judge, are we official? Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Here's the full field rundown. From the top in race 14, Senorita Mouse was the runner-up. Incredible Lorraine was third. Phillies Revenge, the winner. Delicate Thoughts 5, and Ashley's Lil Angel finished 4. The opening quarter in 30 and 4/5 seconds, the first half mile in 102 flat, 3 quarters 131 and 3, and the mile 201 and a fifth. It reached down 231, 5-4. Illinois bred Phillies Revenge winning race 14. That brings us to race 15, the colt and gelding division of the Great Midwest Pace. All 4 of these horses are Illinois bred. And Tim, just to clarify, unlike those Illini stakes earlier today that are restricted to Illinois breds, a reminder to our audience, the Great Midwest is open to the world. That's why we saw a New York bred in the trot. That's why we had a Canadian bred in that race we just witnessed. But the Illinois breds so far have prevailed in the trot and in the filly division of the pace, and more great racing yet to come. And Tim, I see you've got some guests on the stage.
Kurt, I have 3 lovely young ladies here. I have Miss Clark County, Miss Junior Clark County, and Miss Little Clark County. So I'm going to first introduce Carson Foley. She is going to say a little something about herself and then introduce her sister and Miss Little Clark County.
Like you said, my name is Carson Foley, and I am the 2022 Miss Clark County Fair Queen. I'd like to take this time to welcome you all to the Martinsville Agriculture Fair and the harness races tonight. Tomorrow night, we are having the Barnyard Scramble starting at 7 p.m., so make sure to bring your kids, grandkids, because it's going to be a fun-filled night. Thank you. Good evening, Clark County. I'm your 2022 Junior Miss Clark County Fair Queen, Carly Foley.
Hi, I'm your Little Miss Clark County Fair Queen, Reagan Scott.
Okay, thank you, ladies. I appreciate it. You did a really nice job. Hey, Kurt, real quick, I'm going to let Barrett finish up before he was rudely interrupted by Mother Nature.
All right, I'm back real quick, guys. And, hey, I just wanted to get a few points across because, You guys are the longtime fair.
Just want to come back with you and give you an update. We had a downpour there. We had to move equipment really fast, so that's why you didn't get the race results in the quarter times going on. But we kind of punted there with David grabbing another camera that we had set up to try to cover the race for you. But I hope you didn't miss too much there. Lisa is getting the camera set back up on the other side, and to see what's going on with that, to see if we can get her camera back on and moving with that. She's just looking at things, trying to get everything set up correctly. As soon as that happens, we'll be able to get back on the air with this. And so
two of which are trained by Tom Simmons, and we'll talk a little bit more shortly about Tom and why this race and this fair means so much to him. Probably because he's won a lot of these, Well, as a matter of fact, Tom Simmons, and again, this is in what we call the modern era since 2007 when the Great Midwest went to that one-dash-only divisional format. Tom leads all trainers with 7 victories in the Great Midwest Pace just since that time. And he leads all drivers with 5 wins. And keep in mind, he came here in the 1970s working for an owner named Jeffy Specker from near the Kansas City area. That's where Tom grew up. Tom grew up in Odessa, Missouri, out near Kansas City. Came here in the 70s with Jeffy Specker, stabled here in Martinsville. And in 1978, here's Tom, probably in his early 20s at the time. They go to the Coles County Fair in Charleston, and regrettably, Mr. Specker passed away unexpectedly at the races in Charleston that day. And then here you had a young Tom Simmons. Talk about a great deal of responsibility, shouldering the load of all those horses.
see what I got here.
And the responsibilities.
No, you're not on. It's not moving.
And he often has talked about how kind the horsemen were here at Martinsville, how they pitched in and helped him out.
Hang on a second. Don't do anything yet.
And Tom has since gone on to a fantastic career. He's won some of the richest races.
Thestable.ca is an
State region and still loves coming back here. And hey, he's got one of the best 3-year-olds in Illinois. Number 3, Fox Steeler, is a sensational horse. And I know that he missed a few days of training recently. Tom, like most horsemen, he's going to err on the side of caution. And I think the horse might have just briefly spiked the temperature, that kind of thing. So Tom backed off for a few into this race, arguably is the favorite and one of the most highly
Are you seeing it on the top screen?
in Illinois. So Tom Simmons back here to go racing
I'm
once
not
again
getting
this
anything
year
over here.
in the Great Midwest Pace. You're exactly right. He trained Some Star Somewhere, and he also trained Time to Roll, who's a popular horse. We asked him the other day about Some Star Somewhere, and that's a great point, Tim, because Some Star Somewhere sires 3 of the 4 horses in this colt gelding division of the Great Midwest Pace. Tom said it's real simple. He had an incredible high gear. He said Some Star Somewhere, it was just a matter of when it was time to go, you just moved him out and he had racing room, and he was just sensationally fast. Right now, horses are on the track, and the starters are out. By the way, one other note, Tom's wife, Benita, who owns an interest in both number 3 and number 4, she is tied as the winningest owner in the modern history of the Great Midwest Pace. Not a big surprise given all the races that her husband has won here as trainer and as driver. So headed to the gate, let's meet the starters, a purse of just over $4,600. The Great Midwest Pace, the Colt and Gelding division, again presented by Casey State Bank. And again, this year marks the 70th anniversary of the first time these races, the Great Midwest events, were held here at Martinsville. Number 1 is Brian's Rockin' Dog, owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City, trained and driven by Freddie Patton Jr. Number 2, Telstar, owned by Mike Davison of Annapolis, Gary Crumrun of West Union, Chad Cook, the trainer, and Wyatt Avenetti drives Telstar, the horse with local and area connections here in race 15. Number 3 is Fox Valley Steeler, owned by Ann Schneider of Petersburg, Jim Walden of Lincoln, Carl Lacey of Springfield, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained and also driven by Tom Simmons. And number 4 is Fox Valley Cayman, owned by Carl Lacey, Jim Cravens, and Benita Simmons of Springfield, Buffalo, and Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. A reminder, the driver is Mike Rogers for number 4, Fox Valley Cayman. So they're at the post, and the gate is rolling. We know this much. We know an Illinois bred is going to win race number 15 because all 4 of these horses are indeed Illinois breds. Will Tom Simmons add to his career leading totals in the Great Midwest Pace, or will Brian's Rockin' Dog or Telstar be the winner? We're about to find out. Here they come. Off and pacing they go, and there goes Tom Simmons with Fox Valley Steeler out for the early lead. Telstar has speed as well, though, and these two hook up in a speed duel all the way around the first turn, racing to the quarter-mile mark. Fox Valley Steeler now starts to move on by and has the lead at the end of the opening eighth of a mile and drops down along the inside lane of the racetrack, slides over with the lead clear by a length for the move up the back stretch. It is Fox Valley Steeler leading Telstar, who's second by a length. Brian's Rockin' Dog is third, and Fox Valley Cayman last of the 4 as they line up and go single file on past the quarter. 30 2/5 seconds for the opening quarter, 30 2/5. Fox Valley Steeler shows the way. Fox Valley Steeler, after 3/8 of a mile, has the lead by 2 lengths. Telstar right behind the leader in second by a length and a half. Then Brian's Rockin' Dog is back there in third, and Fox Valley Cayman is fourth as the field comes through the stretch and passes under the wire to complete the first half mile in this division of the Great Midwest Pace, presented by Casey State Bank. It is Fox Valley Steeler leading it by 2.5 lengths. Telstar is second. 102-1 for the first half mile. 102-1. Back around the east turn they go. Fox Valley Steeler continues to set the tempo here and still leads it by 2.5 lengths. Telstar is second by 5 lengths. Fox Valley Cayman challenging for third just to the outside of Brian's Rockin' Dog. Midpoint of the back straightaway, approaching the 3/4. Fox Valley Steeler leads it. Telstar is still in there fighting, but still second, and there's 5 lengths between the top two now. 1:30 4/5 the time at the 3/4. They're midway on the final turn. It is Fox Valley Steeler showing the way. way. The lead is out to 6 lengths. Telstar is second. Here's Fox Valley Cayman moving up from third to challenge for that second spot. But into the stretch, it is Fox Valley Steeler. Tom Simmons yet again will win the Great Midwest Pace, and his stable will finish 1-2. Fox Valley Steeler winning with stablemate Fox Valley Cayman home second, separated by 3 lengths at the wire in the Colt and Gelding division of the Great Midwest Pace, presented by Casey State Bank. Telstar with a solid effort third. Brian's Rockin' Dog was fourth. 1:59.3 was the time for the mile, the fastest mile on the program thus far. 1 minute 59 and 3/5 seconds. And Tim Wilson Jr., you know the feeling of winning the Great Midwest Pace. You've won it as an owner, a trainer, and a driver, so you know how those connections feel right now.
They're celebrating back there in the Simmons barn, Kurt, and they should. Race 15 winner was Eleanor. I hope it's Monday. Eleanor? Right there. Okay, we'll be right over. Let me see what your prize is here, Eleanor. I know you can't wait. It's Rogers French fries, absolutely. Get them well done, no vinegar.
This victory by Fox Valley Steeler will now move Benita Simmons, the co-owner, into the lead as winningest owner in the history of this race in the modern era, again defined as the move to 1 dash only, which dates to 2007. That is Benita's 4th win as owner and breaks a tie with Larry Breed of Stockton, who has 3 victories. And of course, Larry Breed, a longtime client over the years of the Simmons stable. Benita shares ownership in Fox Valley Steeler with Ann Schneider of Petersburg, Jim Walden of Lincoln, and Carl Lacey of Springfield. Fox Valley Standardbreds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker bred Fox Valley Steeler in partnership with the Jim and Tracy Walker stable. The winning 3-year-old pacer is a gelded son of the reigning Illinois Stallion Pacing Stallion of the Year, Some Star Somewhere, out of Roll with Josie by Roll with Joe. This is win number 8 for Tom Simmons as trainer in the modern era of this race, and that is win number 6 for Tom Simmons in the modern era of the Great Midwest Pace. And again, he leads both of those categories. And folks, we talked about it earlier. When Tom came here in the 1970s as a young man trying to get established in this game and stabled here in the summer of '78 with owner Jeffy Specker, and then woke up one day and realized the responsibility for that stable had suddenly fallen right on his shoulders. You could only imagine what it means to Tom Simmons to come back to this fairgrounds and win this race. How about a hand for Mr. Tom Simmons and Fox Valley Steeler? Once again, there's the Casey State Bank Great Midwest Pace blanket, red with white lettering and a white border, and also the dial-faced clock, which goes to the winning connections. Congratulations. Good to see not only Benita Simmons, there's Mr. Lacey down trackside, Carl Lacey of Springfield, who has been a good friend and a faithful client to the Simmons barn. And folks, you're looking at one of the best Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacers in the entire state, a leading contender for the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes Championship in August at Springfield, and he's the Great Midwest Pace champion, Fox Valley Steeler.
Award-winning fractional ownership operation.
And here we are. Here's the full field rundown for race 15. Brian's Rockin' Dog finished 4. Telstar finished 3. Fox Valley Steeler, the winner, and Fox Valley Cayman, the runner-up. The quarter, 30 2/5, the half in 1:02 1, 3/4, 1:30 4/5. The time for the mile, 1 minute 59 3/5 seconds. Reads down 4-3-1-2. Race 16 It is the Illini 3-year-old colt and gelding pace, so back to the Illini Stakes for Illinois breds we go. The Tim Wilson
of a race and experience 100% of the thrill. The Stable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Steve Surratt, David Brink back with you on the broadcast today on Harness Tube. And thanks for wading through the technical difficulties. It looked like it was going to rain. It didn't rain. And then all of a sudden we look over in the back and it flew. We were covering stuff up. Lisa was trying to do the camera. But, David, we want to tell people how to advertise with Harness Tube. And so, that's part of our deal. We need advertisers. We need donors to be able to keep doing this for free. If you'd like to advertise with it, call you.
Yeah, and you know what? Where else can you get the reach? We have across the entire state about 1,000 views, a video, a broadcast. I mean, all different kinds of people. We would love to have your advertisements if you're, an insurance agency, someone who maybe can do business anywhere, not necessarily localized to one spot. Give us a call. We'd love to throw your ad up and get you in our rotation.
That we absolutely would. We can do that. Some other things that you can do is I'm going to skip through some sites that you need to like or subscribe or follow us on Facebook and YouTube.
Yes,
If
please.
you subscribe to us on YouTube, you will get notification when we come on the air. That's a big deal. I'm going to skip through because I want to talk about some things here we haven't been able to talk about. Our schedule. We're at Thursday. We're in Schuyler County for the Rushville Fair, and then we've got about 15, 12, 15,
Well, we get to work hard again. I just looked up Rushville's draw, and there were 16 races. So
yeah. So we're going to work pretty hard with that. But let's see. The other thing is you can donate, and I want to go back to that slide because our donors keep us on too, and you can go to Harness Tube. You can go to, let's see, Venmo at Harness Tube, and you can go to PayPal at Harness Tube and make a donation to keep us on the air. We'd appreciate that, wouldn't we?
Or just reach out to me anyway, stop me at a race, shoot me a Facebook message, text me, email, Harness Tube, personal, whatever you got. Anyway, we're just looking to help the horsemen out here, and if you want to try to help us out, we're happy to take it.
Okay, and the other thing is, from the backstretch, send David a text message or send an email to harnesstube@gmail.com. A lot of the other guys here have been getting some of those messages from people that are happy that we have it, but we'd love to hear from you where you're watching from. Maybe a horse or a driver that you're particularly interested in or a trainer, but we want to know where you are coming from now. Now the sun's shining out bright here. Tell you what, we're going to do some switching around. I'm going to try to get David over here on the technical side for a couple of races today. So he's been on the camera for about a third of the day.
Well, I haven't been watching you do this yet.
Well, then I'll talk you through the first one, okay?
We'll make it happen.
All right. With that, we'll go back to our track announcers.
Vincennes for a year, and he taught with some teachers and was training horses on the side, and they kind of got going, and they bought a trotting mare named Teacher's, and they named it Teacher's Pride. So I would have to say that Teacher's Pride, that's what got the whole ball rolling. So if I had to pick one, I mean, he had other horses I know that he really liked, a mare named Mama's Brett. He was a big fan of her, a trotter who I loved. He was a beautiful black horse named Fresh Air. He won the Open at Sportsman's several times. He was a really good horse. So, but I think Teacher's Pride kind of got the ball rolling, so I would have to say her.
And your sister and our other racing officials, they were also tossing out some other names. Here, Sweetheart was a name that that someone. Now
She
you're
was
laughing.
a bad horse, Kurt. I'd forget her.
That name came up. I remember one. Am I correct? I recall. Did your dad race a horse named Just a Lifesaver?
Yes.
Yeah. That's one I remember watching race here in the Great Midwest Pace back when I was probably in junior high.
Phil Knox, Mingo, will remember him. Certainly, his brother Danny drove him quite a bit up at Sportsman's. He was I can't remember. I think he was a Brett Hanover. He was a Brett Hanover, and he wasn't the hardest trying horse, but he was a beautiful horse, and he did good, but he just didn't quite have the killer attitude. I guess I'd be remiss as I know my dad's all-time favorite horse ended up being Color Me Best, no doubt, but Teacher's Pride got it started, so yeah that was kind of.
And Color Me Best ended up winning how much in purse money?
Just short of $1.5 million.
That was amazing.
He was a good boy, and he's still alive at age 28, I'm proud to say. I still got him, so he's like family.
And that is fantastic that you've given that horse a good home. Well, they're at the post for your father's memorial race in memory of Tim Wilson. Race 16, the Illini 3-year-old colt and gelding pace. Remember, Jared Finn drives the 5 Foxman. And remember, the 7 is scratched. Number 7, Sage's Revenge, is a scratch. Horseman, you've done an amazing job today. Here's race 16. It's just now 6:39 p.m. Here we go with the 16th of our 18 races. They are off and pacing. There goes Deputy Dog for the lead. Midnight Chrome has some early speed, gets away racing in the second position. And then Fox Valley Falcon third as they thunder down into the first turn. Foxman off stride back in that fourth position. Play to Rock moves up from fifth along the inside lane of the racetrack, and Mystic Revenge is last of the 6. Onto the backstretch they go. And Deputy Dog is there toward the inside and had the lead at least for just a moment, but gives way now to Midnight Chrome. Now Midnight Chrome was parked all the way around that first turn and was on the outside lane all the way up the backstretch as well. 28-4, the fastest opening quarter of the program, 28-4. So we will see how much being parked around the first turn in a fast quarter and a fast opening eighth of a mile might have taken some energy maybe out of Midnight Chrome, but that's an awfully nice horse. He leads it by a length and a half. Deputy Dog is second. They're halfway home here in race 16. Fox Valley Falcon is in third and is followed by Foxman, who after making that break is caught up with the others in fourth. 59-1 for the first half mile. There's the fastest opening half mile of the day, 59-1. Mystic Revenge is fifth, and Play to Rock is last of the 6 as they go toward the backstretch once again. After 5/8 of a mile, Midnight Chrome leading it for Wyatt Avenetti, and he is looking for yet another win here this afternoon as he shows the way this evening up the backstretch with Midnight Chrome opening up by 3. Deputy Dog has lost ground. Here comes Foxman. Now, Foxman is the horse that made a break on the first turn after the start of the race. He's now in contention for the win off the 3/4 mile mark. 129. Thank you, Mark. 1 minute, 29 seconds. And Foxman is right alongside of the leader off the far turn. Foxman is coming after Midnight Chrome. Huge effort from Foxman, rallying back after breaking stride. He's got the lead ahead. He wins it. Foxman won it by a neck over a very talented Midnight Chrome. It was 6 more lengths to Deputy Dog in third, and then further back, Fox Valley Falcon in fourth, Play to Rock fifth, Mystic Revenge sixth. Foxman recovers from the early bobble to win the Tim Wilson Memorial, 1:59 flat. The time for the mile, fastest mile so far on the card, 1:59 flat.
Race 16 picker winner goes to Valerie Cornwell. Gets a sweet tea from Sweet Tea and Jesus. Valerie, we got you. Thank you very much.
And by the way, there was a steward's inquiry into race 16, and the judge has reported that regarding Foxman, despite the fact he broke stride, he did lose ground while on a break. He got clear to the outside, did not impede the progress of any other horses. So just relaying word, yes, the presiding judge did conduct an inquiry. All is well, and Foxman is your winner. What a performance by Foxman to win the Tim Wilson Memorial Race here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. And Foxman gives Jared Finn his 4th win on the card to lead all drivers. Big day for Jared Finn of Newton, Illinois, in those red, black, and gold driving colors. There is the Tim Wilson Memorial blanket down trackside, the dark green blanket with the gray lettering, and it's about to be presented to Foxman, who races for the ownership of Brian Lohman of Broadlands, Kevin Miller of Arthur. Kevin Miller is the trainer. And Jared Finn, your winning driver. How about a hand for number 5, Foxman?
Hey, you got to pile in here.
Foxman is a 3-year-old gelded son of Major Bombay out of Gladstone Ruby Girl by Western Hanover, bred by Fairmeadow Farm, and there are the members of the Wilson family down trackside, along with our fair royalty surrounding our winning connections. Tim Wilson, a fantastic horseman, a tremendous friend, and we remember him in race number 16. And Jared Finn has had a day of days, 4 wins from our 16 races. Jared, congratulations on your latest victory. Judge, are we official? Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Again, Randy Callahan, our presiding judge today. And we appreciate him giving us the all clear for race 16. Here's the full field rundown. Deputy Dog finished 3, Fox Valley Falcon 4, Play to Rock 6, Mystic Revenge 5, Foxman the winner, Midnight Chrome the runner-up, and Sage's Revenge was scratched. The opening quarter, 28-4, the first half mile, 59 1/5, 3/4, 129, and the mile, 159 flat. It reads 3-4-6, 5-1-2, scratch. 17th race is on the way. The remaining 2 races are brought to us by our friends at the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. Visit them online at harnessillinois.com. And this is the filly and mare division of the IHHA race for pacers age 3 and older. No changes, looking for a field of 3. Let's go back to Tim Wilson Jr.
Kurt, I'm glad the judge didn't make a disqualification there, since I that could have been air on the MC over here. Might have had a recall on the pickle winner. That could have been ugly. Thanks, Judge, for bailing me out.
There's a lot to be said for that old saying, all's well that ends well.
I was talking over here, and I didn't even realize he ran that quick over there in the turn. So, yeah, I definitely missed that one. Again, a reminder that anybody that wants to stick around and ask Kurt some questions, come up with some intriguing questions for him, he'll be glad to answer them down in the tent or the pavilion actually now, by the pork producers tent after the races. We thank everybody for coming. We hope you've enjoyed yourself. We've got 2 more races here. And except for that brief little shower, the weather has really cooperated. It's not been 95 degrees today for once here. So we appreciate the horsemen, have done a great job of getting their horses to the track so we can get this massive card finished on time. So thank you, horsemen. Your checks will be ready in the race office as soon as the races are over. And please come back next year.
By the way, Tim, I know, again, you have been through the racing battles over the years. You still operate a public stable, and our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, was just here in the judges' stand complimenting the job that the horsemen have done today. This is remarkable. We started at 3 o'clock, and here we have just 2 races remaining, and it's not even 7 o'clock yet. Everybody back there in the stable area, they've done a really good job.
Yes, they have, and we really do appreciate it. As a spectator, and I love nothing better than horse racing, but to sit for 25 minutes in between a race and just sit there and bake in the sun is not much fun for anybody. So I appreciate their cooperation for really putting on an outstanding show and some very good racing today.
With all that said, Timmy.
Now, Mr. Callahan.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Steve Surratt, David Brink back with you. David, we've got some racing coming up Thursday with Rushville. This has been a great day other than that spot of rain that we had. And we've learned some new things today.
We've learned a lot, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to do more races over there today, and now we're starting on you on the production side of things and getting that done. But, guys, support us. That's all we're asking for. We're asking that we can continue to do this, pay the bills, and actually, David would eventually like to buy his own equipment.
Stop using yours.
And stop renting out ours. And from our standpoint, you know, the funds to help with the rental and so forth would be a big help. And folks, you know, this is something that could go on for a long time. And just to let you know how permanent this can be, I'm in my fifth year, starting my sixth of BC Hornets Parts. I started 2018 with audio. By mid-19 was doing video. And so we've been at this since 2018. And I can tell you, David, the start that you have now, folks, if you look, we have over 1,000 views on our races. There are people out there watching this. And we're getting more and more feedback. If you haven't heard it today at the track between Kurt and Tim, back and forth, the people that are sending them text messages saying thanks for putting this on.
One of the small ones that was mentioned was the fair office. The fair office never gets to watch the races because they're busy in there. Well, the lady who sets up the Great Midwest Trot and Pace gets to watch the races for the first time.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's awesome. And the guys back at the barn are able to keep in touch with what's going on. Now, a lot of them watch at the gate, wherever the horse barns are. They're back over here.
Right over here.
Right over here.
Yep.
So they're watching at the gates and so forth. But, folks, we also want to tell you there's nothing like going to a horse race.
Any horseman knows the best place to watch a race is standing on the fence with shoulder to shoulder with everybody else. But if you can't make it out here, you know, or if you got a horse back in the stall that's cooling out or something you got to take care of, you can pull up in your phone and not miss a race.
And we got to say thank you to my wife. She does a lot of the camera work. She's giving you a shot of the stands and the people in the stands.
They've had a great crowd today, a fun crowd, an interactive crowd, you know.
And want to thank our sound people. Did a great job for us today.
Tower Sound's been super out of Rockford, been super helpful. Jeff is his name. Just whatever we needed, he'll get it for us.
Yep.
I think he even got us the internet, actually.
Yeah, we have internet out here. That was fantastic.
Yeah,
We're going to let you go. We're going to go back to the track announcers.
Horses are on the track for race 17, the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association race for Illinois-bred pacers, age 3 and older, the filly and mare division. No changes. Number 1 is Amazon Princess, owned by Joe Hindman of Linton, Indiana. The trainer-driver is Alan Finn. Number 2, Double Parked, owned and trained by Kevin Miller of Arthur, the driver Wyatt Avenetti. And 3, Candy's Fortune, owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City. The trainer-driver is Freddie Patton Jr. Right now, at the post, gates rolling, race 17. Horsemen, a reminder to please return your saddle pad numbers to the area near the racing office where you picked them up earlier once you are finished racing. And we do thank you for your cooperation. Field is midway in the turn, setting sun over that far turn here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Getting ready to go.
Kurt, before you take back over, I want to give a big shout out to Lisa Surratt, who's running the cameras for everyone to watch on Harness Tube. So, Lisa, thank you very much for coming down and doing this for us. Everybody on the internet appreciates that greatly. Kurt? Your turn.
Thank you, Tim. And here they come. They are off and pacing in race 17. And again, great to have all of you with us, whether here on site on the fairgrounds or joining us online via Harness Tube. It's been a fun day, and now race 17 of our 18 races already around the first turn, headed toward the back stretch and battling for the early lead as they head up the back straightaway. Double Parked, who's toward the inside, Candy's Fortune toward the outside. This pair has already opened up by a dozen lengths back to Amazon Princess, who's third as they go on by the quarter. It is Double Parked who has cleared with the lead. Double Parked leads it by a length and a half, headed up to the west end of the course. Opening quarter, 29 flat, 29 seconds flat. So a good solid pace here as they work their way around that west turn. Double Parked is leading it by a length and a half. Candy's Fortune goes second, and then another 17 lengths back to Amazon Princess in third position. The filly and mare division of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association race for Illinois bred pacers age 3 and older, and it is Double Parked as a driving double to his credit here today, looking to add win number 3, but he's got company. Candy's Fortune is right there, and Candy's Fortune went a big trip at Decatur a few weeks ago and scored a win in 159-1. So this is shaping up to be quite a battle between this pair. And Amazon Princess still out there, but third, 15 lengths off that front duo. And there's only a quarter mile to go. Double Parked leading Candy's Fortune onto the final turn by a length and a half. 129-3, the time at the 3/4, 129-3. Double Parked now has a 3-length lead. Candy's Fortune still there, but second has lost ground around the far turn, and a gap of 25 more lengths to Amazon Princess and third. Wyatt Avenatti about to score a triple on the day, his third driving victory. Wyatt Avenatti and Double Parked home on top here in race 17, winning it by 6 lengths. It was Candy's Fortune home second, and then another 17 lengths behind her, Amazon Princess was third. 1:59-1, the time for the mile, 1 minute 59 and 1/5 seconds. We'll meet the winner in just a moment.
Race 17 pick a winner is Greg Baker. He gets $5 off the Soddy Bobbies. Greg, if you can, I see you. Thank you.
And Brenda Watson of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association is trackside, along with David Brink from Harness Tube, getting ready to make the presentation of the blanket for race number 17, as Double Parked has won in a time of 1:59-1 for owner-trainer Kevin Miller of Arthur. And again, Wyatt Avenatti, his third winner on the card, and also yet another winner, I believe the third on the program for Fairmeadow Farm as breeder. The sire of this mare is Sagebrush, very successful stallion in Illinois, has stood the last several seasons at the University of Illinois Horse Farm in Champaign-Urbana. The dam Park on the Road, she in turn by Park Place. This is a mare who has won over $100,000 in her racing career, just keeps right on going at age 6 and keeps right on winning. How about a hand for Double Parked? And Brenda and David will move in now and join our Martinsville Agricultural Fair royalty. The Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, blue blanket with orange lettering and trim, and a smiling Wyatt Avenatti having scored a triple on today's program. Wyatt, congratulations on a solid day here at Martinsville. 1:59-1 the time. Judge, are we official? Thank you, sir. Results are official for race 17. From the top of the page, Amazon Princess third, Double Parked the winner, Candy's Fortune the runner-up. Opening quarter in 29 flat, the first half mile in 59 flat, 3/4 129-3, the time for the mile 1:59 1/5. It reached down 3-1-2. 18th and
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
David, you said we've got some shout-outs out there.
Yeah, we had a couple really cool ones come in here right before the end of the races. The first one, we have Don Holden watching the Martinsville races from Fort Myers, Florida. We are going all over the place. So thank you, Donald, for watching. And the last one, we got Rebecca Hill says, we couldn't make it to the races this year. Watching live from Peoria, Illinois area with my daughter, and I saw my dad, Terry Hills, in the stands, and she sent me a picture. It's almost like being there with him, so she's really thankful. Rebecca and Anna Mae Beard. Thanks for watching, guys.
Hey, we love the shout-outs. Go to harnesstube@gmail.com. That's harnesstube@gmail.com. Send David Brink a message letting us know where you're watching from and any other things you want to share with us. Again, been a wonderful day, David, as we have been able to work through some difficulties with the rain. Other than the rain, it's been a great day.
You know, we're going to have that stuff, and it's not fun, but it comes up. It's been a lot of fun racing here, though. I'll tell you what, it's a cool place.
Yeah, the only thing I noticed here, we've not had any races that I needed to use the replay for. You know, we haven't had any really close, what I call close winning finishes. We had one for second and third place, I think it's about race 8 or race 7, somewhere around there.
You know, with Kurt up on top of the grandstand, right over that yellow cable, the wire, he has a really good view, and he's calling these things. I mean, we haven't even had to default to a photo finish hardly at all, you know, for any kind of judging or anything. It's just got a great view, a great shot. They can watch the replays. Yeah, it's interesting.
And people, we want to say, invite your friends and neighbors over. Put it up on the big screen at home. Watch this at home. Do a little wagering. I mean, we heard that was happening in
you
Pennsylvania.
And I were jotting down names.
Yeah, we were
over here.
David and ourselves here when he was working beside of me for a while. We were jotting down, and I picked a winner.
I was trying to pick trifectas, and I was coming in a little missing here and there.
Yeah, but
that's the nature of
again, we're going to turn it back over to the track announcers and let them do their thing. But again, thanks for watching. This is our last race for today, and we want to thank you ahead of time for watching and listening.
The Triple Crown, they put together an invitational race. He came and he romped and he won big, a crowd of 30 or 40,000. So you think about the sports history in Chicago across the board, basketball and baseball and hockey and horse racing, harness racing, and it really is fun to see this, what will be a milestone moment for the NASCAR sport. Its first ever street course race anywhere. We've never gone street course racing in NASCAR until this coming weekend, and to do that through the streets of Chicago should be a lot of fun. But tune in to the Motor Racing Network live coverage Saturday and Sunday afternoon, and a lot more great county fair harness racing coming up this summer as well.
Sounds like you're going to be busy. When does Keeneland open up this fall?
They go back racing on the first Friday in October, and they front load that opening weekend. If you're a thoroughbred racing fan, Lexington's not that far away, and that opening weekend, they call it Fall Stars Weekend because they have all of these races, which are tremendous races in and of themselves, and in many cases, they are the final prep race before heading on to the Breeders' Cup, which, if memory serves, goes back to the West Coast this year. So that Fall Stars Weekend, first Friday and Saturday and Sunday in October. And, of course, the standardbred folks will be down there. You've got racing that time of year at the Red Mile. You've got the Lexington Selected Yearling Sale. Visit them at lexingtonselected.com. It's a fun time of year in the fall in Lexington. Right now, race 18 starters are out. Horses headed to the gate for the Colton Gelding division of the IHHA Pace for Pacers age 3 and older. No changes. Number 1, Flying Marvin, owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Radel of Edgewood. 2 is Fox Valley B Gump, owned and trained by Kevin Miller of Arthur, Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. And 3, Dash Around, owned by Clark Kay and Elizabeth Fairley of Lerna, Charleston and Lerna. Clark Fairley is in the race bike. And folks, how about a hand for our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Tim Wilson Jr.
All right, I'm not going to invite you back if you make them clap for me, Kurt. That's it, okay? Hey, how about a hand for Kurt Becker? He is the best in the business, everybody.
Always fun to be part of the program at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair, and appreciate the invitation to come back again this year and be involved with a great program of racing.
Hey,
thanks again.
Real quick, Kurt, I've
Yes.
got an idea for even a bigger crowd next year.
What do you got?
Let's have a jackpot at the end of the last race, win some of Kurt Becker's money.
I'm afraid.
It just went out. The fans really like that idea. I'm just throwing it out there.
I'm afraid folks will be sorely disappointed. I'm an independent contractor, as it were. Here they come for race number 18, folks. Fun at the fair and ready to take it on home with our final race on the program. They are off and pacing, and all 3 horses come out firing for the lead in a beautiful start, and it's going to be Fox Valley B Gump who slides on by and gets down to the inside lane with the lead. Opens up here by 2 lengths around the first turn, Dash Around, parked around the turn in second with Flying Marvin in third as these 3 pacers take us on home here in the final race of the program, but a whole lot more coming up this week at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair, so be sure to get ready to take it all in. But we're about to wrap up racing at the fair for 2023, and there's a challenge and change for the lead as Dash Around moves on by past the quarter. 29 seconds for the opening quarter. We've seen some fast times in these final races on the card, and it is Dash Around who is setting a good tempo here and leads it by a length and a half as the field comes on down to the half-mile mark. And now Dash Around will back up into the second position behind Wyatt Avenatti and Fox Valley B Gump. So Fox Valley B Gump was determined to scoot back up the inside, which in turn opened the inside lane for Dash Around. Now they go 1-2 respectively, and Flying Marvin in third past the half-mile mark. 59-4 for the first half mile, 59-4. Back around the east turn they go. So the question now is, when will Clark Fairley bring Dash Around back to the outside and once again put Fox Valley B Gump to the test as they head off the turn? And don't count out Flying Marvin, who's right there with the other 2 as well. These 3 pacers up the back straightaway for the final time this evening at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Just over a quarter mile to go. Fox Valley B Gump looking for the 30th win of his career. Opens up by 2 lengths to Dash Around in second and Flying Marvin third. 1:30 and a fifth. The time at the 3 quarters, 1:30 and a fifth. Fox Valley B Gump, 1/8 of a mile to go, trying to give Wyatt Avenatti his 4th win on the card. Leads it by 2 lengths. Dash Around second, gap of 8 back to Flying Marvin. It is Fox Valley B Gump under urging here from Avenatti to hang tough with the lead from Dash Around, who's a length and a half away. Fox Valley B Gump has won it, and that is 4 wins on the day as Wyatt Avenatti ties Jared Finn for leading driver honors. It was Dash Around home second, and Flying Marvin finished in third. 2 minutes flat was the time for the mile. 2 minutes flat. We'll play Pick a Winner, and we'll meet the winner of race 18 in just a moment.
Okay, for race 18, Tammy Robinson has the winner, and she gets the Rogers French fries. Okay. And for the $25 of the Lynn, Tim, and Keith Denham's money,
everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Out here with food, they'd be glad to serve you. Tomorrow night's Barnyard Scramble, Wednesday's Truck Tractor Pulls, Thursday and Fridays 2 nights of rodeo, whippoorwill, and then Saturday we end the week with the demo derby. So come on back.
And that sounds good, Bobby. Should be a fun week. A lot of great entertainment is lined up. And here is the winner of our final harness race of the day, owned by Kevin Miller, who wins the last 3 races as owner, trained by Kevin Miller in the black shirt track side, who wins the last 3 races as trainer, driven by Wyatt Avenatti, who scores 4 wins on the day to tie Jared Finn. How about a hand for Fox Valley B. Gump? And once again, Brenda Watson and David Brink represent the IHHA down trackside and presenting the orange and blue blanket. 4 winners today on the card, bred by Fox Valley Standardbreds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker. This winning pacer, an 8-year-old gelded son of Sportsmaster out of Bubba's Joyce B by Western Hanover. What a tough horse. 8 years of age, just keeps winning, 30th career victory. So Kevin Miller, Wyatt Avenatti closing out the card in strong fashion here today. Congratulations. Here's the full field rundown. Flying Marvin was 3rd. Fox Valley B. Gump the winner. Dash Around the runner-up. The opening quarter, 29 seconds. The first half mile went in 59 and 4. 3 quarters in 1:30 and 1/5. And the time for the mile, 2 minutes flat. It reads 3-1-2. Well, folks, as Tim and Bobby both said, thanks for being with us. Thanks once again to Evan and Aaron Tingley supplying the tractor. Tim and Keith Denham, our track crew, great job. J&K Mitchell providing the truck, which pulled the harrow, which screened and conditioned the racetrack. Thanks to Chad Claypool, Michelle Haley, Chris Gardner, Lisa Gardner, everybody at J&K Mitchell. Mallory Price with a great job with the ads and the program. And thanks once again to our parade marshal, Jessica Bruner. Folks, as Bobby said and as Tim said, been great to have you with us. For now, on behalf of our entire racing department and for the Martinsville Agricultural Fair, thank you. We bid you good evening.